This is SCP-093, the Red Sea Object. Item 093, Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. See Testing Document 093-T1 for an outline of testing conditions. 093 must remain on a mirror at all times and under video surveillance. Admit to...
You said it right the first time.
I did. I tried to fix myself.
Admit to admitting the admittance.
Anyways, admittance into the area of 093's containment must be authorized only with proper video recording and subject retrieval procedures in place. Any attempt to use 093 outside of an approved test will be dealt with severely up to and including termination. Description: 093 is primarily red disc carved from a stone composite resembling cinnabar. Okay, I'm gonna stop for a moment because I almost read that as cinnamon.
I mean, that's fair.
Cinnabar is similar to cinnamon.
I wonder if that's why it's called Cinnabar.
Yeah. Anyways. With circular engravings and unknown symbols carved at 0.5 centimeters depth around the entire object. Deeper cuts are present on 093 with a depth of 1 to 1.5 centimeters. 093 is 7.62 centimeters in diameter and fits comfortably into most palms without abrasion. 093 will change hue when held by a living individual. The colors taken by 093 are still being researched to establish a link. Current belief holds that the changes depend upon regrets carried by the holder. If 093 is removed from a mirror and not held by a person, it'll seek out the nearest mirror-like surface. 093 has been observed to travel in the largest possible circle while rolling, building up phenomenal speed. The mechanism of this acceleration is currently unknown. If an obstacle between 093 and the nearest mirror-like surface, it will use the momentum to punch through the obstacle and continue on its course at this speed. It will only stop when a mirror-like surface is contacted. Despite tremendous impact velocities, no damage will be dealt to 093 or the mirror. Additional notes. No records exist to clarify the nature of 093's discovery or presence in the Foundation. See 093-OD. Since no records exist explaining 093's method of containment, a test procedure was initiated to establish why mirrors must be used to contain it. The results of 093-T1 led to the discovery of living beings holding 093 being able to move through mirrors in the series of tests in 093-T2 to ascertain the destination reached through this travel. SCP-093 original documentation. Item 093, Object Class Euclid, Special Containment Procedures. Item 093 is kept in a silver-lined mirror on a 0.3 by 0.23 meter pedestal at least 1.22 meters off the ground of the ground floor in a containment cell block, redacted. Object is not to be contained in areas exceeding 3.66 by 3.05 meters, nor placed on mahogany, pine, cherry, or aluminum pedestals. I said pencils instead of pedestals.
That's okay.
I love aluminum pencils.
Damn it.
Remember, kids, be sure to use aluminum pencils so that your pencils are resistant to rusts.
Honestly, if we put lead or like the lead substitute into aluminum, and wouldn't that just be a mechanical pencil?
I mean, yeah, if you design it right, yeah.
Anyways,
My thought is just like just like a number 2 wooden pencil, except it's aluminum for some reason. That'd be a bitch to sharpen.
Oh no, hatchet.
Imagine like when someone gets up to sharpen their pencil in class, so everyone just has to cover their ears from the extremely loud in the back of the classroom.
Yeah. Alright. Anyways, for aluminum pedestals above or below one. But God damn it! I did it again.
You just about did it again.
Damn it! Aluminum pedestals above or below level 1 of containment cell block redacted. Object can be handled safely, albeit gently, without consequences. Tests and consequences thereof involving containment conditions can be viewed in section B 35-1 of the attached report. Description: Object was found on the shore of the Red Sea, January 30th, 1968, emitting a low sigh and a dim blue gleam. Its color has since turned into an orange mix of red, only emitting a hum of varying volume whilst in the presence of female examiners of ages between 34 and 41. 093 symbol, the documented blue for 54 minutes 34. Wait. Is that supposed to be 54 minutes 34 seconds or 50?
Let's not think about it.
I think it's supposed to be 54 minutes. It's 30. Wait, no, but then what the hell?
I don't know what to say.
Maybe hours? No.
Well,
It looks like a length of time, but
I can't tell what time.
you know, I'm gonna look up to see what that means because I am.
oh wait, so resemble the documentation blue for at 1:30, 1:23. So that's the time. Configuration, maybe.
I fucking hate my dyslexia for constantly making me say pencils instead of pedestals.
Oh, a ratio. Zanju might have the right idea.
Yeah,
That'd
that's way. Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, but the wording of the sentence doesn't really scream ratio to me.
Bookworm, with your knowledge, explain.
SCP-093 resembled the documented blue for that 5434 at 1:23 on April 26, 1986. Coincidentally, when the body of 194-9834 was discovered in research facility redacted.
Yeah, exactly. Dungeon.
Yeah.
That was just whatever.
I guess we'll just leave it at that with what Jiri read. Yeah,
So-
huh?
I was just gonna say, so let's continue.
Yeah. Okay. Right, ties between 194-99834 and 093 remain inconclusive, and effects of prolonged exposure to 093 remain unknown except for infrequent reports of periods of calmness, and in case of 242-0049, as periodic waves of depression, loss of balance, and thoughts of suicide. These feelings have reportedly not exceeded 11 days in duration. Objects seem to react to the presence of 242-0056 by turning light violet for no more than 209, as documented on March 12th, 1993. Effects of this reaction remain unknown.
Okay, so then I think this has to be like a measurement of time. They just don't explain which measurement of time it is.
Right.
Joy.
Additional notes: origins of 093 remain unknown, and documents of recovered 093 have since been destroyed in a fire and research facility. Redacted. December 9th, 1989. Reports on the feeling of researchers who handle 093 have remained inconsequential.
Coincidentally. Oh, inconsequential.
Inconsequential since April 1995. Alright, SCP-093-TU1 containment test. Testing of 093 against conditions set forth for existing containment procedures to assess the viability of continuing such containment, beginning with changing the type of mirror used as a position of rest. Mirror surface, brass frame, retail grade mirror. 093 rests without activity when placed on the mirror. The test alone removes the need for costly silver or wooden containment systems. Standard graded table. 093 turns upright and begins to roll across the table surface in one direction, making a U-turn and rolling to the other, completing in an oval shape and repeating this action until a mirror is brought into vicinity of it, at which time 093 rolls towards the mirror and lays flatways against it, sliding towards the center. It is noted that despite the grainy feel of 093, it does not mark the mirror in any fashion while moving across it. Two mirrors at either end of the standard grade table. 093 gravitates towards the closer mirror, regardless of orientation, and makes no distinction between different types of mirrors, favoring a factor of distance above all else in choosing the mirror to move to. A mirror held by a person and moved around. 093 follows the mirror as it moves, gaining speed until the maximum velocity of redacted is reached. At any velocity, the impact of 093 against a mirrored surface results in no damage to either object.
Do they damage the person?
Most likely.
I mean, yeah, I'd imagine that if you're like some unfortunate D class holding a mirror and moving around this table, it's when it actually strikes it, that velocity is going to be transferred into whatever you're using to hold it.
Yeah. They're most likely mush now.
I guess it depends on how they were holding it. Like if it's just like a, does it say if it's it doesn't say what it is. Like if it's like a handheld mirror, that's gonna really hurt, but I think you'd be fine. If you're holding like a big ass mirror in front of you, good luck.
Yeah. A person holding 093 placing it on a mirror. This test was accidental. The result of one of the staff tripping another after some debate about who would be covering the lunch tab. As a result of the behavior of the researchers, it was discovered that a person holding 093 and placing it against a mirror will in fact move into the mirror.
Oh. So I guess no D class would get injured.
Well,
But
that's if they were holding the thing.
Yeah, like if it was moving on its own, no.
Yeah.
Yeah. Addendum. Containment testing discontinued after establishing that 093 requires only a mirror to rest inert. Testing on human interaction with mirrors while holding 093 authorized by Dr. Redacted.
I'm sorry.
It was... hold on. Holding 093 authorized by Dr. Jerry's Brown. Sorry.
Dr. Belch.
We love you,
I
Jerry.
didn't mean to.
It's fine. We love you. You're fine. Yeah. SCP-093-T2 Mirror Test. Testing Protocols. Subjects testing 093 must wear a Class 3 buckle harness strapped to the chest and attached to a tension pulley system, allowing for 300 meters of movement. Additional spools may be added to extend movement if necessary. The class connecting these spools must be high grade and capable of withstanding applied force of 0.2 tons. A field kit containing the following should be standard issue for testing of 093. 1 wrist-mounted light source and 3 hours of lifespan, and additional power sources providing up to 6 additional hours. 4 0.5 L water bottles with water. 4 MREs of any type plus 2 grain. God damn it.
You okay?
I said grain instead of plain.
It's okay. We all mess up.
I know, but sometimes I want to laugh at my fucking mistakes. Plus 2 plain granola bars. Chocolate chips allowed.
I don't think that. Now that just
Huh?
places a question in my mind.
Yeah?
Is granola a grain?
Yeah. Granola is a grain.
Yeah. The nuts and grains in granola help to boost protein grams in granola.
Nice.
Fancy. Oh, okay, yeah. So granola is a food consisting of rolled oats, nuts, seeds, honey, or other sweeteners, such as brown sugar.
Yeah.
Okay. I was like thinking, is granola like actually like the name of the grain, but no, it's like it's like the
Granola
type of food.
sometimes has nuts. They don't always have nuts.
Yeah.
The important thing is it has something to hold everything together, and it has some sort of cooked grain.
Yeah.
Typically has other things, but
Yeah. Yeah, anyways, back to the SCP. 1 standard issue Beretta 9mm firearm with 24 rounds of ammunition loaded. This is not to be issued until a subject has passed into a mirror using 093 and should be given under armed supervision. Ensuring that this subject passes through entirely, this item is to be requisitioned first upon subject's return, and subject to be made aware of this before leaving line of sight within 093's mirror. 1 standard issue field knife. The subject is not to be made aware of this item and must find it on his own within the kit. The subject must also be attached to a video system with a camera mounted on the subject's head or shoulders. The video device should be cable-based and allow for the same length of travel as the return system. Wireless cameras have shown mixed results and should only be used in testing conditions where 093 is currently known color. New colors must be tested using wired feed. During testing, the color of 093 must be recorded as well as a history of the subject in terms of their incarceration to identify how 093 determines the color to assume. Link appears to be connected to guilt or a lack thereof in a subject's psyche. Dash test results should be read in order. Alright, so which one of you wants to read the blue test?
Blue double D double die. Okay. Mirror test 1. Color blue. Subject is D20. D20384. Male. 34 years of age. Strong physique. Subject's background shows instance of murder/attempted suicide. Subject is cooperative in all steps of testing. Subject entered the provided mirror holding 093, which emitted a blue color. Outside technicians observed that the mirror retained a true reflection until subject had completely passed into it, at which time the view changed to an outdoor landscape, heavily tinged in blue. Video feed follows in attached media. Camera activates, flickers to view. Subject is looking out over the same field reported by technicians. Looks like typical lowland plains. Everything has a heavy blue tinge, overlapping the normal colors. No discernible landmarks visible as excuse me. As subject pans view left to right, only grass, weeds, and a breeze moving the taller grass. No trees, no living beings visible. Subject moves forward as instructed, traveling for approximately. What the fuck?
Oh, sorry. Should I mute myself for military planes?
Might be a good idea. That was very distracting.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. Thanks. Oh fuck, where was I? Approximately 500 steps before something becomes visible. A patch. Wait. Okay, yeah. A patch of the land up ahead is barren, and grass can be seen dying as subject approaches it. Apparently 300 steps forward, subject is standing before a hole in the ground. The hole has been dug using unknown tools of primitive origin. Pulley system engaged in the camera suffers a light shudder. Subject is instructed to enter the hole. After mild protesting, agrees to do so. There is no apparent method of descent such as a ladder or rope. Subject relies entirely on his own hands and the pulley system to slow the descent. Approximately 100 meters of cable is used before a bottom is reached. Light source provided in field kit activated 50 meters down when outside sources become unreliable. Sweeping gestures of light revealing nothing more than dirt even at the bottom of the hole. Subject moves forward with assistance of light source. Asked about the blue tinge, subject expresses confusion and says there's no such tinge from his perspective and never was. Light is visible down the passage and 150 meters of cable have been used. Out of the camera's eye, sound is recorded of the firearm being prepared. When questioned about these actions, subject states justified precaution and moves forward. The tunnel turns from bare dirt to a concrete enclosure. Subject complains of a stench. The light source is revealed to be ceiling light fixtures, a series of which with less than a quarter broken while the others function. A series of 6 doors, 3 to a side, span before the camera view, with a 7th door visible at the end of the corridor that has been blocked by what looks like generic metal shelving debris. Debris shows signs of rusting and is typical of retail store units, suggesting other human presences. Subject requested to try doors in whatever order he chooses. Subject tries the first door on the right. Door is locked. Does not open. Second door tries to open but does not budge. Unlocked but locked. Closing second door. Third door is tried. Same results as first. Going up the other side, the third door does open fully and light is bright in the room. Portable light switched off at this time as subject pans camera to inspect room. Room is bare, no contents, but walls are filthy. Subject states material on walls isn't dirt, but he can't identify it. Seems to resemble melted plastic, but is brown in color rather than black. Door is closed. Second door on left side has no handle, does not move when pushed. The hole where the handle was is plugged by an unknown material. All doors are shaped in such a way that nothing can visibly escape from the sides and space of movement. Is too thin to look through even at ground level. First door on left hand is locked, but part of key is present in lock, from stem to the ridges. The back has been broken off. With effort, subject manipulates key to open door and immediately begins coughing, complaining of a stench. Walls of room are clean as is floor. Ceiling is coated in the same strange brown material as the third room. In this room, there is a makeshift cot made from aged blankets with a pillow, a wooden crate containing open boxes of what appears to have been foodstuffs. Language appears on video as squiggles. However, subject states they simply read cereal. A second crate in the room contains what appear to be empty water bottles that have dried out. A book lies next to the cot, closed, no title or identifying marks. On the wall are what appear to be clipped articles, but language cannot be read. Subject asked to remove clippings for retrieval. All articles but one crumble at the touch due to age. The intact article is put in a field sample container and seems the most recent compared to the others. Asked to investigate the book, subject begins to move toward it. Audio on the tape goes strange and a high-pitched screeching noise like grinding metal dominates all communication for 3.5 seconds. Subject has not touched the book still, and when the noise stops, subject asks Control to repeat request. Control made no requests during that time as headsets were removed. Subject advised to leave the room and notes that the door has begun closing slowly on its own and if left alone will close. Subject advised to leave door alone and investigate door on the right. Careful review of the following 10 seconds of tape shows that as the camera pans, a figure is visible at the end of the tunnel where the seventh door is. The door is open only enough for a face to be seen through a crack just before the door silently closes. No details can be seen. Subject investigates the second door on the right with no mention of anything seen out of the ordinary. This door moves when pushed against, and after repeated bashes, moves enough to view inside at an angle. A cork board is visible with more articles attached to it. The top of a box of cereal can be seen on the floor, and what appears to be a hand lying palm up. Subject closes door and pans camera past door 7, which remains closed. Seeing nowhere else to explore, subject requested to return. Subject poses no protest, and complains of ever-increasing stench. As subject returns back down the tunnel, his camera feed does not change or show anomaly, but control reports a sudden surge in cable movement, pulling an additional 100 meters of cable through before going slack again, then tightening. Video feed shows subject ascending tunnel slowly while control attempts to verify integrity of the pulley system. Subject requested to stop ascent, but states he is not climbing. The rope is pulling him up. Panic sets in on both sides, and subject informed to ready firearm. Upon reaching top of hole, nothing is visible on camera, and subject reports nothing has changed in landscape. Then begins the return trip following the path of the cable. Traveling for approximately 900 steps, subjects ask how much cable he has used. Control admits that they are unsure due to complications, but subject traveled in a straight line to reach the hole, so it should be a straight line back. Subject becomes concerned when he states that more cable is visible now, moving in a 90-degree angle away from a point in the ground. Subject pans camera around full circle slowly. On film behind subject, a crowd of 37 countable figures stands silently. The features are unidentifiable and they are lacking the blue tinge that dominates the landscape. Panic breaks in control again, but subject notes only oddity as being the cable having an angled path. Subject tugs his end of the cable. It is taut and does not move. Control begins to reel in the pulley system, and slack rapidly winds. Watching the angled cable movement can be seen as grass is disturbed further down the angled portion from the reeling in, then the line vibrates as it meets resistance and emits a twang from the recoil. Subject's camera pans back along length of cable, which now appears slowly to be allowing more slack before suddenly all slack is returned and pulley system begins again. Control requests subject return following cable path, and screams are caught on the audio with panic from subject. 5 shots fired as subject aims pistol at something not visible on the camera. Control reports being able to see subject returning toward point of origin, while camera shows a wire disappearing into a point floating in the air. As subject passes this point, all cable is now in the pulley system, and camera films only the floor. Control reports the mirror took approximately 5 seconds to return to a reflection, and SCP-093 remained blue in color until 1 hour after being recovered from subject. A vile-smelling fluid was present on subject's clothes around his hands when firearm was recovered. This fluid dried quickly and was deemed insufficient of study due to lack of quality sample. Control personnel monitoring the mirror state having seen a massive humanoid being crawling on the ground, easily 50 times the size of a normal person, with no facial features and a very short arm reach, pulling itself toward the mirror before it returned to a reflection. Due to proximity, fine details could not be made out, but at least one observer noted that the being appeared to have been shot from the marks in the otherwise smooth, featureless face. Field test kit recovered from subject contains a newspaper article that reads "dead expunged" and was filed as item dead expunged. The next test is classified as the green test.
Right, so I guess that's Jerry's turn, if they want to read.
I would love to read.
Alright.
Right, the read test. subject is D54493, female, 23 years of age, average physique. Subject's background shows instance of Grand Theft Auto and second-degree murder of 2 children during escape with vehicle. Subject is cooperative in all steps of testing. Subject entered the provided mirror while holding SCP-093, which emitted a green color. Outside, technicians observed that the mirror retained a true reflection until subject had completely passed into it, at which time the view changed into a farming landscape, heavily tinged in green, similar to the first test. Video feed follows the attached media. Camera activities. Flickers to view. Subject is looking out over the same farmland reported by technicians. All greens through video feed are deeper, and green tinge overlays the normal colors of objects similar to the blue tinge in Test 1. No landmarks from Test 1 are discernible as subjects pan camera over area. Present is a field, long abandoned, in the middle of which stands, of course a person from the farm area reads this, in the middle of which stands the remains of a scarecrow of unknown design. Fragments are left rotted and torn. Nothing grows in the tilled land. A farmhouse is visible to the right of the field, large, 2 stories. A basement shelter entrance is visible at one end. Subject prepares her sidearm immediately and is asked by control to relax before proceeding, her heavy breathing dominating the audio feed. I'm gonna comment. If not even weeds are popped up in the tilled fields, something's really wrong with that soil or something's wrong with the area. But I think we already know that. But yeah. Subject takes a few minutes and announces that she's fine, then proceeds as directed to walk the perimeter of the farmhouse. Children's bicycle. 2, a boy's and a girl's, lie against the house near the shelter doors. One of the doors to the shelter lies in the grass, torn from the entrance as evidenced by splintering wood. On the stairs lie clothes arranged by descending order, shoes to shirt going down them belonging to a boy. Subject begins screaming at Control, asking if this is some sort of sick joke. Control assures her that they have never seen this environment either, and to please calm down. Subject takes several minutes to regain herself before continuing. It is unknown if SCP-093 is linking the subject's past with her landscape. After several minutes, subject agrees to continue. Communication to subject is muted, and conversation of Control making commentary about the subject's jittery attitude make up audio for 1.5 minutes. Communication restored as subject reaches bottom of stairs. The cellar of the farmhouse is unremarkable and typical. Several wooden shelves lining the far wall contain unidentified canned substances. Broken light fixtures sway gently from support beams. Cameras panned across the basement slowly. No evidence of footprints are visible, and basement can be assumed to have been abandoned for some time. Subject begins to comment about a stench. I'm going to comment that if it's a farm area and there's a lot of canned goods, those canned or jarred goods would be perfect to bring back to learn a bit more about the area itself. But what do I know? As subject As subject pans the area, a metal hatch is visible in the ground, similar to a bulkhead in a submarine and a turn handle. Okay, so there's a metal hatch that looks similar to what someone might see on a submarine with a turn handle. Subject remarks that the smell is at its worst around the hatch, and the dirt around the hatch is noted as being clumped and clay-like. Is it clay or is it dirt mixed with blood? The handle of the hatch is old and the paint chipped. Subject is coerced into turning the handle, which, when fully turned, opens the hatch. Subject begins coughing at the release of assumed old, stale air. Old, stale air can kill people. When camera is tilted to view down the hatch, it is a white concrete tunnel similar to the one found in the blue experiment, but in much better condition. Subject asked to descend ladder and close hatch behind her. I just want to pause to say, why didn't they give any of these D-class face masks?
Because
Am I not? Huh?
Because ethics community didn't know about the test, that's why.
That's fair. We don't know if it was even formed yet, but I want to comment that people have literally died from old stale air because of the stuff in that air. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's fair.
As subject pans the area, a metal hatch is visible in the ground, similar to a bulkhead on the... Oh, I already read this. After some convincing, subject agrees to descend, but does not close the hatch. That's fair. Overlooked concerns about severing the pulley system in doing so are acknowledged. They wanted her to fucking close it? Or, you know what? I'm starting to see why they didn't give her a mask. Descent down the ladder and trip to the farmhouse has consumed approximately 53 minutes. 53 meters of cable when bottom is reached. The inside of the hatch appears to be a bunker ill-suited for long-term usage. It is spacious, about half the size of the actual cellar itself, containing 3 bunks, 1 for a couple and 2 for single use. Several boxes of food similar to those found during Blue, marked as cereal, fill a waste container near the hatch bottom. On the beds are 2 skeletons, and on the floor is a third, lying next, which is a simple 6-shooter revolver containing no ammunition. 3 spent casings are across the floor near the gun. On the side of this skeleton is a bound book in good condition. This is retrieved and placed into a field kit container upon request. The gun is left alone per request from control. Subject examines more of the bunker, focusing on a desk where a newspaper has been cut and is in good condition. The clipped articles are recovered using a field kit container. Little else of interest to be brought back is in the bunker as the camera is panned around. Trash bags containing clothes and a few children's toys resembling popular 1950s era products are lined against the wall. Subject is requested to leave the bunker and then sharply asked to wait by control technician, who directs the camera view to an area near the exiting doorway to the hatch. Closer inspection as subject moves in finds a small area has been fitted with what appears to be an ethereal jack. What the hell is an Ethernet jack?
Yeah.
Sorry. The cover of which has been forced slightly away from the wall by a strange amber-like substance. Don't touch it. Subject refused to touch or collect a sample containing that it stinks so bad that they want it that if they want it, they can come get it themselves. Control declines and subject leaves the bunker. Yeah, I would say do not collect something like that unless you have protective gear. And it doesn't sound like she really has protective gear.
Yeah.
As subject grips ladder to leave, the camera pans up for a moment and the top of the tunnel and at the top of the tunnel, a humanoid figure is seen peering down. Control asks subjects to confirm figure. Subject states nothing is up there and begins to climb. Figure draws out of camera view after first rung is touched by subject, who ascends without incident. At the top of the tunnel, no other life is seen, and nothing has been disturbed. Subject insists nothing was there and closes the hatch, then immediately vomits. Must really fucking smell up there. Subject coughs and uses a supplied water bottle to gargle, then freezes and asks if Control is hearing that. Control reports no audio. Subject approaches cellar hatch cautiously with firearm drawn and lifts her head just enough so camera can view outside area. In the distance, approximately 700 meters from the farm, two massive humanoid beings are crawling across the landscape. The entities do not notice the subject, who remain quiet but whose drawn sidearm is visibly trembling. Subject requested to remain still and silent as beings move. They are featureless, facing at an angle moving across the field of vision, so the faces are only visible for a few moments. During this time, it is clear they have no facial features. The arms they use to drag themselves are short at times and long at others, stretching out to varying lengths each time they move. There is no rear arm there is no rear area to the beings. All bodily design appears to end at the torso. The two creatures take approximately 10 minutes to disappear into the distance before the subject begins to panic and begs to return. Request declined, assholes. Subject instructed to enter the home from the cellar and to not leave the home under any circumstances. The first floor is entered through a hatch in the ceiling floor that opens with rusty creaks that cause subjects to pause for 37 seconds before continuing upward and entering a kitchen. A heavy layer of dust coats all items in the kitchen. The refrigerator is left open. All food is spoiled. Adjacent to the kitchen is a living area that the subject enters slowly. There is a recliner, a couch, a television, all 1950s style design. In the recliner is a laptop whose case also resembles 1950s decor and is coated in heavy dust. Opening the laptop reveals the last moments of its operating system, Faith OS, leaving a standby mode and immediately shutting off. Laptop has no external power source and no power back on. When subject asked to recover laptop, it brings the cushion of the recliner with it, the two stuck together. Subject advised to leave laptop where it is. The inside door leaving the home is nailed shut with thick wood planks. No attempt is made to interact with these. Camera view pans to
Bright. Yeah, Bright didn't scroll down.
God damn it.
oh,
I I thought my finger was on the scroll wheel. I didn't notice it. That's my bad.
you were
Right?
cut off by Discord.
I was saying I thought my finger was on the scroll wheel, so I was moving it down. What? I had to look at something real quick. But nope. Apparently my finger was not on the scroll wheel.
Inside the inside door leaving the home is nailed shut with thick wood planks. No attempt is made to interact with these. Camera now pans to a staircase leading upstairs. Subject sends the stairs without being asked, and the stairs remain silent to control surprise. When subject reaches the top of stairs, a hallway with two doors is viewed, one on each side, and at the end of the hall, a dumbwaiter is inlaid into the wall. That was common in older houses. Subject opens door to the left on her own, which opens to a master bedroom. The bed is neatly made, but the wardrobe next to it is thrown open and the clothes are everywhere on the floor. Subject finds laid out on the bed several pieces of jewelry and is informed to leave them. Subject begins to protest, then comments they stink and leaves them alone, promptly leaving room. I wonder why the jewelry would smell bad, but a lot of smells bad there apparently. Subject asks to open second door. The second door opens and gives a view of a shared children's bedroom, obviously boy and girl given the types of toys and clothes scattered on the floor. There is also a window which subject approaches and wipes with a curtain to clear dust. Subject requested to move camera to view and does so. The farmland is visible and approximately 40 kilometers from it, at the best guess, a city. As the camera starts to draw back, it pans down to and films the area around the house. Approximately 300 figures similar to those from the footage captured during Blue Test are visible around the home, all staring up. Subject asked to confirm figures but states nothing is there. Subject requested to return and quickly agrees. Egress from the house is uneventful. Pulley system shows no erratic behavior. As subject returns to the point of pulley wire's origin, a loud groaning noise causes the picture to reverberate. Technicians at control report they were also able to hear the noise and experience the vibration. Subject returns through point of origin without investigation, and mirror returns to reflective surface. SCP-093 relinquished. Video ends. Returned newspaper fragments filed as redacted.
Right, now to the violet test, which I will read. Alright, mirror test color violet. Subject is D-84930. Male, 21 years of age, average physique. Subject's background shows instance of second-degree murder of a police officer during a drug bust. Normally, this crime, while severe, would not qualify a person for a sentence that would end up with us. But the murder of the officer was especially brutal and excessive violence was used. The subject was uncooperative and had to be reminded that his cooperation would only benefit him. Subject entered the provided mirror while holding 093, which emitted a violet color. Outside technicians observed that the mirror retained a true reflection until subject had completely passed into it, at which time the view changed into a cityscape, urban, lightly tinged in purple, and similar to the first test. Video feed shows in attached media. Camera flickers to life and pans around the area. Subject is what appears to be a modern downtown district similar to a city like New York. The streets are mostly bare except for a few cars of unknown make or model. These cars look highly advanced and streamlined. Subject attempts to look into the car windows without being instructed to. Backs away, remarking there is a rank-ass stank coming from the areas around most of them. Subject is persuaded to move closer to one car and does so coughing, wiping off a window which is covered in dirt. The inside of the car appears to be completely filled with a strange brown matter. There is nothing at all visible other than the brown matter. Two other cars produce the same results, however, a fourth vehicle seems more recent than the others and the insides are immaculate. The doors to this vehicle are unlocked, and subject quickly gets inside, then shuts the doors. Subject is chastised for this behavior by Control, who reminds him his lifeline is nothing more than a cable, which is sturdy enough that closing the car door does not injure it, and they cannot recover a person in motion. Subject argues with Control over the issue and pans the camera across the dashboard, pointing out that he couldn't drive it away even if he tried. The dashboard is void of any recognizable controls, no ignition, no steering. It has several small blank screens that are theorized to be a GPS system. Subject remains in the car while Control discusses how to proceed, since the city landscape is far larger than the previous test destinations. Control debates this issue while Subject stares around the cityscape from the car. During one pan, a face is clearly seen staring into the car. Eyes watching the subject, however, this was not noticed until post-test footage review. Subject made no comment regarding this entity at any point. Control shortly after informs Subject to remain where he is, and an escort team is dispatched through the mirror to join him. A team of 4 armed personnel is sent through the mirror and proceeds to Subject's location. Subject is then instructed to remove his harness, which is recovered. This subject's video feed then ends and is replaced by a wireless unit used by the escort team. The video quality on this unit is subject to more interference, but in order to mark the mirror exit, a receiver system is placed through the mirror. Subject leaves the car and now travels with the escort team. Given a myriad of possible options, they are instructed to simply move to the closest building and attempt to enter it. This building has etched glass doors bearing the name XEA Research Partners Inc., and the doors are ajar. A magnetic lock system is present but has lost power. Team enters the building and main lobby. This area resembles a stereotypical corporate lobby. There's a C-shaped receptionist desk and a chair pushed far from it as it was left in a hurry. A PC terminal is at the desk as well. Team approaches the desk and the camera bearer is instructed to examine the PC. The unit does not appear to have power, and Faithful OS appears on screen, requesting a login and password. A keyboard is present, but is remarkably slim with touch-sensitive keys rather than press-down keys. After one failed attempt to lock screen, replies that maximum attempts have been exceeded and the PC turns off. No actual tower or power button can be located, so team moves forward. Behind the receptionist's desk are 2 elevator doors, one to the left and one to the right, with similar touch-sensitive keys. The elevator on the left is broken, and the door open and the shaft empty. The elevator on the right appears functional and has power. Without a clear destination, the team is instructed to proceed to the highest floor to get a lay of the city. All floors appear to be accessible, with the highest being 114, and reality 112 as 13, and 113 are missing from the keypad. Journey up the elevator is uneventful during this time. The elevator does appear to take longer as it passes by 13 and then 113, suggesting that entire floor was built and nothing put on it. At 114, the doors open. The team enters a large lounge-type area. There are many couches with dust on them, a widescreen, apparently LCD TV, of approximately 60 plus inches in size dominates the wall in front of them with no power. A series of windows are open, allowing in sunlight at the far end, to which the team proceeds and angles the camera outside. The view of the city is astonishing. This building is one of the tallest visible, but clearly not alone in its stature. The city below is gray and silent, no evidence of life at this altitude. Some buildings in the city have a strange brown growth that appears to have been splashed against them as a gelatinous mass was flung and then seeped down before hardening. Other buildings have floors where the glass has been shattered and the same brown substance is seeping out the edges. Remember if the team calls the camera bearer to the windows on the other side. From the other side of the building, the city edges can be seen. Attention is pointed toward an expressway that encircles the city, upon which crawls another of the large half-body humanoids, dragging itself with its elastic arms, as witnessed in previous tests. It travels the highway, then moves out of sight. The team returns to the elevator and notes that a button has already been activated for floor 74. No one has approached the elevator, so the team agrees to travel to this floor. On the 74th floor, the doors open and reveal a waiting area to what appears to be a doctor's office. At the reception desk, there's a sign-in sheet with a series of names and dates. The dates on the sign-in sheet all carry the year 1953. A PC at the receptionist area is on and functioning at a user desktop. The background for the PC is a large set of praying hands with the word Thankful OS under them. On the desktop are a series of folders with years on them containing files that, when clicked using the center button of the mouse, open to a Word viewer. All files appear to be appointment information. On the desk is a notepad titled "From the Desk of Dr. Borisky, Blessed Perfectionist Purific." Alright, hold on.
You okay?
Yes. Purification.
Pure fictionalist.
Purifictionalist, thank you. The door to the doctor's area is sketched with the same name and title as well as a crucifix. Opening this door leads to a white dust-free hallway that has 2 examination rooms and a key-coded door at the end. The examination rooms are unremarkable and typical of any doctor's office. All medicine cabinets are empty. A small amount of C4 is placed at the lock to the key-coded door at the request of control, and then blown, forcing the door open. The area it opens into a much larger than the reception area itself and seems to contain a series of large containment capsules. There are a total of 6 of these capsules. 2 are broken and a brownish amber material coats the floor coming from them. 1 is empty, and the last 3 have nude humans floating in them with breathing masks. Attached to the front of these tubes are medical charts showing vital signs and conditions. For symptoms, the terms explain in somewhat awkward English ailments that seem more like flaws of personality or character, or just incidents that have occurred with the patient. Control X to zoom in one of the patient pages on the chart. After focusing, it reads, Citizen Jennifer McCirca did suffer a loss of the heart that did lead her to lay with her neighbor twice upon nights of her husband's departure from their home. Patient did submit herself into the Lord's and our hands for cleansing the mind and body. Prayer administered by High Father Uwalikan, and patient submitted to a 3-day period in the Lord's tears to cleanse her system, then released in good spirits. The topmost page reads, Citizen Alberius Farafan struck out at a High Father during a sermon blaspheming that the Lord's tears did turn his daughter to be on right in mind and heart thusly laying blame for her whorish activities at the feet of the High Father and his blessing. With no proof of these blasphemies, the forgiving judge and the punishing judge did agree that Abarius for fun should bathe in the Lord's tears himself for a week to be cleansed of mind and soul, thus to prove his daughter's ways are fault of not the Father's hands, and to give him peace of self. Subject who has been traveling quietly with the escort team now begins to panic. The camera pans to focus on him, and he is surrounded by entities similar to those witnessed in the first two tests. Escort team reports in that subject is having a panic attack, but control requests them to stand still and wait. Subject screams at the entities, which are denied to exist by team commander, stating subject is alone in a corner. Control requests that one team member be dispatched to approach and recover the subject. Escort team member approaches and the subject is ordered. On the video, the figures part to make a pathway for the approaching member, lifts the subject to his feet and brings him out of the corner. Figures on video are then seen closing ranks to close the path. Subject is lifted to his feet by an arm and escorted through the figures that close their ranks when the subject is moved. They remain steadfastly staring at the subject no matter where he moves to. Control requests the team to return now. Team turns to leave. Before leaving, a team member mentions something noticed at the receptionist's desk. A binder labeled the Lord's Tears. Control requests binder be returned as well, and it is stowed into subject's field kit. The team returns to the elevator and returns to the ground floor. Upon leaving the building, subject points down the street and toward direction of entry point. The camera pans to a section of raised expressway across which one of the large torsos is crawling slowly. The entity turns its featureless head to look at the escort team, raises its head to the sky, and emits a bellowing sound. Team leader issues the order to move, heading for the spot marked by the wireless video receiver. The creature on the expressway extends an arm down that stretches to touch the ground before the camera moves to port. All team members save one move through entry point. Subject moves through the entry point and mirror returns to a reflective surface. 093 is dropped by subject who panics and tries to fight his way out of the room. Subject is terminated by team leader after he draws a field kit pistol. Team leader requests the portal be reopened, but it takes several minutes to find someone who can hold 093 and generate a similar color. When a matching color is displayed and applied to the mirror, the video receiver is visible and all individuals report a horrific smell. Team leader moves through the entryway with control person redacted. The uniform and possessions of the escort team member who is left behind are present and recovered, but the member himself is nowhere to be seen and does not respond to shouts. Member assumed killed in action, and wireless receiver recovered. Control and escort return through entry point, and mirror returns to reflective surface. Later review of the recovered camera shows escort member redacted, grasping at the air where an entry point should be, and then turning to look at the oversized torso. A brown gel seemed to trip off the creatures as it moves. It disappears shortly after being dislodged, as if evaporating. Several shots are fired at the creature's face with the automatic weapon carried by redacted that land in the face of the creature, causing a spray of less viscous brown liquid to pour forth from its wounds. Redacted screams obscenities as the face of the creature descends upon him and the camera is pushed to the ground. Camera feeds remain dark for approximately 65 seconds before light comes back and the camera films the creature crawling back to the expressway, pulling himself into it, then crawling in the direction it was originally headed. Redacted believed to have been absorbed by the creature and perhaps digested. This may have been an example of how these unknown entities feed by direct contact with living material. Further study is recommended to be avoided on this issue. Return ledger filed as redacted.
Is it bad that I think they kind of earned that?
Maybe. Alright, so who wants to do the yellow test? Also, before we do the yellow test, I kind of find it ironic that I read the violet test in the colors I mainly use.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I was dozing in and out that entire time.
Oh no.
Well, let's just say it was very aggressive, very violent, and the D class, when they exited it, was really panicking. Instead of trying to calm down the panicking D class, they terminated the D class and then found a staff member that could create a similar color to go through.
Yeah,
That
I heard that.
staff member went through and was basically killed horribly.
Yeah.
That's kind of why I said they kind of earned that.
Well, wasn't it that the staff member
I think it
went
was
through
left
to get
behind.
the
Left behind.
yeah, like get the stuff from the guy that was left behind, and that guy died horribly.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, like, the guy left it behind because he was in a panic and running. Like, they were doubting he was in danger. And then it just proved, yeah, he was in danger. Maybe they should
Yeah.
have chilled him out and tried later instead, but they didn't.
Yeah.
To be fair, he was also drawing a gun.
Yeah.
Well, that's part of the panicking part. They had to. They should have just waited for him to chill in the empty room, and then they could have like got him out, or they could have just put some fucking I don't know some gas in there. There's lots of gases that can be used to chill people out or get them tired.
I mean, yeah, I just don't blame them too much for killing the subject when, like, subject is terminated by team leader after he draws the field kit pistol. Like the subject in this case is panicking, is uncontrollable, and is armed.
He's panicked. Yeah, the subject is panicking with a gun, but they're also panicking because they almost died.
I mean, yeah, like, don't get me wrong, like, I completely understand the position of the subject. I'm just saying I also understand the position of the the operatives that ended up killing him.
Yeah, I mean, that is fair, but the way I see it, they there are techniques like used and shown specifically to calm people down.
Yeah, like, they could have handled it better. I'm just like, yeah. Ugh. Ugh.
You
What
okay?
a Yeah, I don't know why I just suddenly got hit with a wave of tired.
Maybe you need some water.
I've been drinking.
Maybe you need
Been
a
drinking.
snack.
I just ate a bunch of uh potato stuffs earlier. I
How
I
long
think
ago was earlier?
like I guess now about an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, potatoes aren't very high in nutrients. They're just filling.
But but the spuds.
I also love potatoes. I can read yellow.
Alright.
Okay.
Bookworm has the
Also,
Teletubby song stuck in her head.
yeah. Also, I was just gonna point out, it really does go to show how fucking long this SCP is when we're not even done with it, and stream's been going for almost 2 hours.
Yeah.
Oh.
This is the chonker.
Well, it's a good SCP too.
Yeah.
Mirror test 4. Yellow. D-class subjects no longer authorized for testing. That's fair. Testing focus has been shifted to data collection after analyzing the articles brought back from the previous 3 tests to better understand the fate of the world accessed by SCP-093 and determine if safeguards or practices are required for our own world. Analysis of the brown fluid on the clothing of the lost escort team member redacted has been filed with the other recovered articles. Dr. Redacted has volunteered for this test as out of the possible candidates, he is able to cause SCP-093 to undergo a new color change. There is no evidence Dr. Redacted's background of any legal or criminal behavior, nor any psychological problems. When presented to the mirror, the view changed to that of a cubicle office environment. For this test, Dr. Redacted opted to use the wireless video system and forego the pulley return system, stating he was confident he would return safe as none of the torso creatures have been witnessed within a building where the mirror's destination showed. Video feed commences after Dr. Redacted has crossed the mirror. As with the prior tests, SCP-093's current color, yellow, tinges all video material. Camera flickers to life and pans across a series of plain white cubicle constructs. Approximately 30 are visible. At the far end of the point of entry is an office module built into the wall with frosted glass walls and a glass door. Dr. Redacted approaches this door and investigates the etched writing on it. Senior Manager, Stanley Millimitz. Stanley Millimitz? The door is unlocked. Dr. Redacted enters office and examines the desk. A coffee cup is on the desk, a dark brown stain covering half of the inside as the liquid evaporated. There is a donut on a plate, which Dr. Redacted picks up and lobs at the wall. On impact, it thumps like a rock and falls. Not exactly the freshest donut. A file cabinet on the corner of the room draws Dr. Redacted's attention as he goes through each shelf at one at a time, stopping on the second drawer and taking out a file, then going back to the first and taking out 2 others. Continuing to the third and fourth drawers, he draws out 4 additional files and spreads them all out on the desk. The files are blue filing folders, and he points with his large camera. He points with his finger and camera at a symbol of each praying hands, stating aloud for the camera that all of the files are stored in yellow folders. The blue folders are placed in his field kit. Camera's attention is turned to the PC on the desk that is logged in and functional. Dr. Redacted comments aloud, wondering where these devices are getting their power from, as he has noticed no power outlets. This PC's desktop contains the logo Faithful OS and even has sounds, clicking of the mouse followed by soft like hums, and opening icons followed by angelic bells. So every time you click something, instead of like a hum, so him like hum, would that be like That sounds like that would get annoying really fast. The PC fails to yield any useful information to Dr. Redacted, who abandons it and leaves the office. Approaching the other end of the office floor, Dr. Redacted presses a button on the wall for the elevator and enters, finding he is on the 34th floor of a building having an unusual number scheme. Keypad layout goes from 34th floor of a building having the keypad layout goes from 115 to 115, and includes all floors. Before pressing a floor button, Dr. Redacted requests that the wireless video transponder be moved to the elevator and replaced with a construction cone to mark the entry point. A second transponder unit is placed outside the elevator, and Control is instructed to recover the second unit and seal the test chamber should something happen to him. Then, when all is arranged, he presses the button to the floor 115. The descent down the elevator is long. Oh, negative 115. Oh, when I was reading earlier, the layout goes from negative 115 to 115. I think my brain kind of removed the negative 115 because I've never seen that many basement floors. Oh. So he's going to floor negative 115. That is way below. The descent down the elevator is long, consuming 15 minutes. During the time, the camera experiences one malfunction where the image jerks and returns to snow, restoring to show 14 other figures in the elevator with Dr. Redacted as the video pans around, all whom moves around to allow him space. Sorry, I need to turn this off. So, okay. They remain for 35 seconds, then the camera flickers to snow and returns. Dr. Redacted is now alone in the elevator, dancing as is assumed by ducks and sways of the video feed. You know what? If you're stuck in there for 15 minutes, do whatever you want to do to pass time. Dr. Redacted pauses to comment on a rising stench coming from below. At this point, the elevator has reached floor negative 118. Doctor presses 110 to interrupt the descent down and exits when the floor is reached. The elevator door opens to an enclosed observation desk with several PCs and chairs. All PCs appear to have power. The ceiling to this desk is also glass, and above it is another desk. Above it, another desk is visible. Dr. Redacted approaches the monitoring stations and checks one of the PC screens. On the screen is Faithful OS logo and a video feed toggling between 4 different views. The first view is a room of tubes similar to those found in Test Violet, which number in thousands. The second view is a closer-up view of these tubes as a camera glides from each to monitor the contents. All tubes the camera passes by are broken. Third view is facing the opposite direction as a camera glides vertically, checking each observation station. A total of 10 can be counted, and Dr. Redacted is visible as the camera passes by his own station. Looking up, a hovering camera unit with no visible means of propulsion glides up past him. The fourth view shows the ground floor below the observation deck, where a single astonishingly large torso being is crawling in circles, bumping into walls and changing directions. I think you need to go upstairs. From the camera feed, the creature's estimated size is 6 stories. Returning attention to the contents of the PC, Dr. Redacted moves the video log aside to see a simple text editor that was hidden behind it. A printout of this text was recovered and filed in the field kit. The printout directed Dr. Redacted to a safe on floor 54 and provided a combination. Dr. Redacted leaves observation deck and proceeds to 54 without event. Arriving on a cubicle office floor, he proceeds to the desk mentioned in the document and finds a safe hidden behind a desk undisturbed. The combination provided opens a safe and reveals a notebook filed in the field kit, and a particular revolver that has been returned as redacted, in addition to 24 rounds of ammo found with it. Dr. Redacted proceeds back to the elevator without event and returns to 34. Given the sheer number of floors available to explore and the vital information obtained from the observation deck, the test is considered over and equipment is retrieved. Before returning through the entry point, Dr. Redacted investigates a terminal nearby that has power and finds it shows this exact same screen to the one on negative 110 shows. It is theorized that the author of the note installed a network virus to propagate it through the building, so any PC on the network would be found in the information discovered. Dr. Redacted returns through the entry point, and the mirror returns to a reflective surface. All materials filed with the other SCP-093 recovered materials. Analysis of redacted and the ammunition for it postponed for reason that it would require deconstruction of one of the rounds, and they may be beneficial until testing of 093 is resolved. Video ends.
Leave. Yep, this is the last test. And then I'll read the recovered materials. Hatchet?
Forgot to unmute. Yuck. Jesus Christ, the recovered materials.
Yeah.
Long as hell. Okay, so I'll be reading red.
Yeah.
Okay. SCP-093 Mirror Test 5, color red. SCP-093 distributed among staff until a new color could be generated by contact with. Service Technician Redacted was able to cause 093 to take on a fierce red hue and glow, much brighter than the object's normal color. Redacted agreed to assist with a test of SCP-093 per Dr. Redacted's request. Redacted given to Technician Redacted for use in this test. When applied to the mirror for the test, SCP-093 generates an unknown environment. No color tinge appears present on the displayed destination, which is composed of red stonework. Technician Redacted enters the mirror and video capture begins. Video flickers to life and Technician Redacted. I think I'm just gonna, okay, good. It doesn't look like that keeps popping up. I was gonna say, if I have to keep reading Technician Redacted, I'm just gonna start calling him the Technician instead. Or the
That'll
Tech.
be valid.
Video flickers to life, and the Tech, known hereafter as Subject. Yeah, okay, I could have just read slightly further, and I'd not need to go on a tangent. Fuck me.
Oh, God.
No, thank you.
Maybe.
Not like that. Shush up, you fuckers. Known hereafter as subject is viewing a large cylindrical pillar that is rotating on its own. Object is of unknown height and appears to be 1.8 meters in width. Holes are distributed through the object at seemingly random intervals. On occasion, a beam of white light is emitted from these holes. Turning of the camera finds that the beams are connected to a multitude of objects similar to 093 that are part of the room's wall. The room turns out to also be cylindrical in shape, with countless copies of 093. Subject turns back to entry point and finds it is a section of the wall that is missing its copy of 093, presumably the one carried with subject. Other sections of the wall on inspection are also found to be missing their copies, leading to speculation that this may be some sort of central array. Subject finds a ladder in the floor while examining the room and proceeds down it at Control's request. The ladder exits into a large, clean room full of computer equipment that appears antiquated compared to previously encountered equipment. Large computers running on reel-to-reels are clicking and spinning at various locations. A light bulb of unknown meaning turns on for 10 seconds, then turns off. A large CRT monitor is displaying single words in 8 colors at roughly 5-second intervals. While observed, the words clean, unclean, clean, clean, lost, unclean flash on the screen. Proceeding through the room, it ends in a large glass window as another observation deck. This deck looks out over another series of tubes, as witnessed before, but far fewer and filled with a blue liquid. What appears to be electrical current dances over many of the tubes at erratic intervals. At least 5 tubes, at first glance, are empty and broken. At the observation window, a keyboard is present on a pedestal, awaiting a selection to be made. The options available on the screen are tube status, which waits for a numerical input, reports, situation X549, situation X550, evacuation log, bullshit, agent redacted report, and facility fire plan. Video expunged. All selections that generated text were transcribed by subject and verified by a control member who passed through the portal to recover them. This process took approximately 2 hours, and video feed was deleted to condense this report. Recorded documents are filed as redacted. Video interrupted. Control lost contact with subject approximately 30 minutes after departure of control tech. The subject was asked to remain in area and observe the machinery and containment room to make observations for debriefing. The 093 mirror portal returned to a reflective surface permanently, and all video contact with subject was lost. Control was unable to reestablish due to 093 being across the mirror. A time lapse of 1 minute and 48 seconds, 148, was recorded before mirror portal reestablished itself, and subject returned to the portal. Subject appeared to be in good health and condition despite the time loss, but spoke little. During immediate debriefing, subject underwent sudden convulsions and medical staff was alerted. While attempting to subdue subject, he displayed enhanced strength and used redacted to shoot one of the debriefing staff, killing them. Guards shot subject once with a sidearm in the heart and once in the chest, but subject did not fall. All staff evacuated room and second shot was fired by subject, which missed. A more heavily armored team entered briefing room and used automatic weapons to dispatch the subject. Reports confirmed the subject did not bleed when shot, but instead leaked a green/brown substance that seemed to be a mix of solution observed in some containment tubes and a material recovered during test 3. All further 093 tests have been discontinued while review of materials recovered is in effect. A secondary tape recording device was found to have activated in the field kit after loss of video feed, and its contents have been filed with other recovered materials. All recovered materials from 093 testing are level 4 classification. The release must be approved by no fewer than 2 level 4 personnel. Staff with acceptable clearance, please sign in with Dr. Redacted for access to the materials recovered from 093 tests.
Alright, the final thing we read.
Also, I was going to ask.
Yeah.
How long planning stream tonight?
No end.
Okay.
It will eventually have an end. Oh, geez, oh, wow, oh.
Yeah, this one's long. Dark at us bright if you want us to take it in sections as well.
Alright. I think I'll be fine. Alright. Recovered materials. All documents contained in this file are Class 4 clearance, requiring 2 signed approvals to access. Any employee reading past this point who does not have proper classification should consider themselves to be terminated from employment and now subject to disciplinary actions up to and including forced administration of Class A amnesic. Yeah, immediate transfer to Keter class security and death.
Alright, so is everyone here got the approval?
I mean, I'm a Serpent's Hand commander, so no.
Yeah. Who wants to get who wants to guess which Keters will be assigned to?
Oh, gosh.
I'd love to be assigned to the old man.
Oh my God.
No, thank you.
I want to use the femur crusher.
Oh my God. Yeah, then I guess I'll take Yule Man duty.
That thing's not in containment.
For now.
What kind of reason? Fuck you.
Anyways. Blue test, newspaper article 1. Only one item could be recovered during our initial test, and that was a newspaper clipping found attached to a cork board in an abandoned bunker. Most of the articles were in a state of decay, but one was firm enough for recovery. Most Holy Father announces progress, unclean being cleansed. A rare public address directly from the Most Holy Father of the United Lands of the Sun has declared that the blessed militia has driven back many of the unclean who are skulking our lands now. New Rome, our capital, has been purged of the unclean, and citizens are encouraged to come back to their homes. Citizens who live in the surrounding countryside should not return to their farms, as the unclean still roam the fields and plains around our glorious city and continue to grow in size. The blessed militia has developed new weapons which have proven capable of punishing the unclean and driving them back into the unfertile lands. Construction has begun of a system to permanently close the unfertile lands off from our blessed lands in each of the affected area once all the unclean have been driven away. Most Holy Father requests that all citizens of the United Lands bow in prayer and offer teeth to recognize the sacrifices of our blessed militia in these troubled times. Reports have been coming in that falsely accusing the blessed militia of having committed sin against the citizens whose homes they are inhabiting as they travel bravely through contaminated lands. The Most Holy would like to remind the people that blasphemy against any who wear his mark is the most grave of sin, and unfounded accusations will be punished accordingly. We should work to support he and his men however possible, just as they lay down their lives for us. The sinful rebels who... Oh. Okay.
What?
It cuts off.
Yeah. I love Christians who just take control of everything.
Well, that's how the world used to be for a time. You were Christian or you were dead.
Yeah.
Or you were Catholic and you were dead. They were fighting for a while.
Yeah. Alright. Green Test newspaper articles 2, 3, 4, and diary. Our second test recovered many materials that helped to establish the sequence of events for this alternate world. The diary recovered provided a glimpse into the last days of the owners of the home from which it was recovered, and may represent activity in other areas of the world as well. Newspaper article 2. Farms surrounding the city of Silver Feathers have reported being unable to contact neighbors across voice or video feeds in last week. Until an approval is granted by the regional High Father, investigation cannot commence, but he assures the people that these events have not escaped his attention. Residents are advised to notify their local Blessed Voice daily, so any further disappearances can be addressed immediately. Residents are also advised to begin stocking their shelters to be ready for any situation. Newspaper article 3. Following the disappearance of the Blessed Voices from several outlying regions around the city of Silver Feathers, the regional High Father has declared a concern for safety and livelihood. Under this declaration, all farmland residents must evacuate immediately to their shelters. Scattered reports of an unclean have come in, but have yet to be verified. Newspaper article 4. The City of Glory's song has stopped responding to any and all communications. The worst can only be assumed, and our hearts go out to any who are in the region who are unable to hear our words. The City of Silver Feathers Blessed Militia has reported several incursions by the unclean into the city and have exterminated 4 of the abominations before they can become a danger to any residents. The regional High Father reminds the citizens to avoid direct confrontation with the unclean. Conventional arms do nothing to the unclean. Only the most holy of implements will penetrate their sin, so do not put yourself in danger. Any citizens who suspect their neighbors indulging in heavy sin should immediately contact the Blessed Militia through designated checkpoints. Diary. At Redacted, I have a distinct feeling we're going to die, so I'm going to write this all down. Now, for whoever comes along and finds the bones, my name is Herfrith Jacusif, and I'm a farmer. I grows the red sticks and the huskies. We raise the inks and the ohms. It's me, my wife, Ophelia, and our 2 little uns, Kevin and Listeria. I got this book in trade from the blessed man who came by for food and shelter. He told us to start getting our shelter ready and not to let no other blessed who coming by even know we're here. Since the whole thing blinked down and nothing right no more. So I does as he said. We got it all ready. We're going down there the next day or so. In the morning he was gone, which made the wife sad, as he was polite to us, unlike mostly of the others. Figured he didn't want to be no birder. This went out looking for him to be sure he wasn't just around the house. Redacted. Date. He didn't turn up nowhere, so I guess he left. Strange enough, this found his clothes around a mile or so away. and all his gear, but no him. She left it all there, and that's for the best of what happened at that thing. I'm clearly no educated man, don't claim to be, but I can put two and two together and tell you that things are bad out there. For everyone, especially for us, because it's going way too close. Sometimes you can smell it. That's when we hide. Smells like a leg of meat that's been rotten for way too long and just don't want to go back into the dirt. Even the soil is rejecting them, I guess, refusing to let them be buried to die. Rejected thing. It came too fast. We weren't ready. Smell came in the night. Maybe we would have been fine, but the little ones were afraid, so we went to the shelter. Breath was slow. He saw it, kept staring at it as a shimmer blur. It ignored us until he screamed when I was getting loose and I missed down in the shelter. I went to go get him, but it was too fast. I saw him standing up there screaming, and then its head came down on him, pressed over him. He tried to run for the stairs, trying to get to us. But then in a blink, it was gone, and it pulled away. His clothes fell into the cellar like he'd vanished out of them. I got into the shelter, slammed the hatch, and locked it. I think it knows we're here now. It'll try to get in, take us too. No telling how long we got. Plenty of food, though. I was wrong. The food was rotten. Something got into it. Oh, I just didn't notice. We'll eat and what we can. There's food, but not enough. That thing ain't living. It's trying to find ways in. Smelt the smell coming from the life web plug in the wall. Something seeped through it and kept away. It got all hard like a rock. It don't smell no more. Maybe the power in the plug finally let it die. I went up to peek. Cellar was fine. Trevor's clothes still on the stairs. Peeked outside. We're not gonna make it. There were 10, 20, 30. Couldn't count. So many, all going in a circle around the house. Looking at it with those faceless faces. And a stink on the stink. Went back in the shelter and locked the door. I think I don't want to see my family rot away. I think faster's better. Miss, she's great. We won't tell Liz. She'll be first. Then my wife. My love. Then me. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. I get the best life to my family possible. It was them holy ones that what brought to this. I'm going to pen this in memory to my great pap. It was old and knew the stories older than himself. Those unclean they preach about, those unfertile zones they say stayed out of. All because of the most holy bringing the world together. And them things are the ultimate sin. Everything about us that was evil and pure is them. They don't know nothing but doing what they do. Don't even know why they do it. They just do it. Take us into them, then we're gone. I asked Pat what they were, and he lit a stick, took a puff, and he said, "Don't know. Nobody knows. Nobody who will admit it. But if you see the symbol, if you see it, you'll run, boy. You run fast, you run far, and you hide. And you never go back when you saw it. That's all I know. I remember the symbol. It was on a rock he kept on his neck under his shirt. Next day, Pat was gone. Nowhere to be found. Dad wasn't sad. Said he knew it happened one day. Pat went home. See this soon, Dad. Pap. Data expunge. Symbol match symbol found on 093's surface as one of the deeper engravings. Also match symbols noticed in the video feed of the final test on 093 duplicates. Final test. Office ledger. Third test with 093 resulted in an unfortunate loss of security member, but also allowed us to recover a ledger with insight into the medical procedures carried out on the alternate Earth, now termed E093. Patient Jennifer McCirca. Recovery Tube 001-1. Mixture 35% tears, 30% nutrient, 10% HFT, 25% blessing. Summary. Jennifer McCirca is 20 cycles of age and during her 18th cycle was a victim of a HOV ride accident and resulted in brain damage and misalignment of her moral processes. She is prone to violent outbursts and can only be calmed down by impure stimulation. Because of this, she actively seeks out strangers to mingle with, and her parents have requested of the High Father that she be sent to the tears to mend her mind and body. Patient accepted. During preparation of the tears, subject went into a rage and attending hand went to recover a sedative. Jennifer tore her clothes off and screamed impure words at me, so I locked the door and instructed the hand to wait outside. I am half shameful to admit I laid with Jennifer a total of 7 times before putting her to the tears. It has been very long for me, and her parents have abandoned her to our care, so care for her I will. Before sending her to the tears, I authorized a blessed probe of her body functions and found she is settled now with Young, and tests confirm it shall be mine. I have mixed her bath to accommodate this, and she'll soak in the tears until her body is ready to give life. You're a bitch. Anyways.
It sounds like she suffered from brain damage, which makes what he did even worse.
Yep.
I love extra heavily fucking Christian themed Handmaid's Tale.
Yeah. Well, we can definitely tell that this person was Catholic. I'm sorry.
Honestly, in my experience, like, this stuff tends to be significantly more frequently enacted by evangelicals.
Yeah.
In the modern day,
Specifically
at least.
American ones.
Yeah.
I always said Catholic because of all the Catholic jokes.
When
Oh,
I
yeah.
think of things like this, I think of either news reports or what happened to my cousin and brother when we were all kids.
Yeah. Alright.
Yeah.
Back to the SCP. Patient none. Recovery Tube 001-2. Mixture none. Summary none. Patient Alberus Farafun. Recovery Tube 001-3. Mixture 80% tears, 20% nutrient. Summary. Alberus Farafun is a farmer from the outside of the city of Silver Feathers who claims to have lost family to the unclean. He confronted the High Fathers of the city and demanded compensation and retribution for the loss. The High Fathers denied the existence of unclean beyond the unfertile lands and refused compensation or retribution. Alberus struck a High Father and was arrested and sentenced to a cleansing of the soul. His mixture is primarily tears to seep into the soul and cleanse his heart and ease his pain. The lawkeepers state his family is indeed missing, so his sentence beyond the tears has been dropped in sympathy for their loss. I used the last of the HFT on Jennifer, or I would have used less tears in this bath. 80% is higher than I am comfortable with, but the HFT is becoming hard to obtain. I may have to go through the dark. Patient Double Arrows. Recovery Tube 002-1. Mixture 75% nutrient, 25% blessing. Summary. A member of the Blessed Militia who was wounded in combat requests from the High Father, details withheld. Patient Double Arrows. Recovery Tube 002-2. Mixture 75% nutrient, 25% blessing. Summary. A member of the Blessed Militia who was wounded in combat requests from the High Father, details withheld. And same as for Recovery 2002-3. Yellow test, PCA printouts, safe diary redacted. A fourth test into E093 provided us with the documentation soon to be written by technician in either a medical or government facility. Redacted found in the safe is being considered for SCP classification, primarily due to the composition of the ammunition found within it. Any advanced firing mechanism attached to what should be a very base firearm. PC printout. I do not trust the Overwatches. I felt something was wrong years ago. Under my desk on floor 54 is a safe with a weapon in it. It is one of those used by the Blessed Militia. My brother sent it to me. He says that they're not what they claim. They have done things to our fellows even more vile than what the unclaimed would do. He tells me to be ready to fight. I cannot. It is not me. I do not know violence. I am too frail. You use it. Save yourself. Safe diary. My name is Harvard Tolowis. I am a HUD Systems watcher here. My job is to monitor the sample who bathe in the Lord's tears, and I make sure that they reach the prescribed dilution time. I've been doing this job for 23 years, and now things are falling apart. I can no longer abide by the most holy. I must speak the truth. We are being told to evacuate. The containment tubes have been breached, and Unclean has appeared in a place of rest, and we are unable to destroy it. The live motion footage shows how it came to be, and this is what was unsealed my heart and mind and tongue. I must speak. Should the Overwatchers see this, I will be silenced, so I must hide it. Thankfully, they all ignored with the hardware, so I can hide this easily. The Overwatchers told us we should leave last to ensure the hardware contains the Unclean. What that means is we should distract it and die in case it breaches the watching desk. It has shattered nearly all the tubes and absorbed the people in them. I've dispatched the eyes to the Unclaimed, and they have touched it, bringing me back a sample of it. The Unclaimed are not sinners. They are not product of our disobedience. I suspect they are us. The eyes have dated the sample. It's older than myself, older than my elders. It is over 200 cycles and ages. 200. The sirens are still sounding, but no signal has come for us to leave. I do not think this Unclean is alone. I've seen how they can get into places, between places. That's what they have been all this time, between places. The makeup of the Unclean is unstable. Molecules detach and reattach almost before my eyes, as if to move the entire thing reforms itself in space and time. Why does it not come up here? Too much effort? Or does it not sense me? They have no eyes, no mouth, no face. They cannot speak, cannot see, but they must be able to sense us. The smell, it is so strong. It comes from all directions. It's not the smell of the dead. It is the smell that comes from something that should be dead, but does not know how to die. The War of the Holy Union. I think this is where it might have started. We are united under the Most Holy. But what does he owe us? Nothing. We merely keep society running while those on high benefit. This is not how it always been. But now we are told we are pleasing the will of those above us in the clouds. Those great beings who gave us the power to live and prosper. Those who have never laid eyes upon but are told we must revere. Lies all of it, it must be. I'm using the eyes to create the fluid to oppose the makeup of the Unclean sample. First they will cancel each other out. I will leave soon and store the alarms here. I cannot use the weapon. I am too weak of a mind for this. I will protect my family with my mind, not with my rage. We will be safe in the fields. I know where to go. I will go above now to my family. I will leave the hardware running. I was told to turn it off, but this is where I defy them. It will run. This will watch. The eyes will see for however much time they have. Someone will read this and someone will know. Take the gun, take the fluid. Do not listen to the Most Holy. We did, and we got done. Redacted is a revolver-style weapon with two 12-bullet cylinders. The design of the gun has one cylinder on each side, raised slightly so that it may flip into the gun itself, and then rotate. Firing all rounds before flipping back out and allowing it to be reloaded, while the second is usable, allowing a total of 24 shots before it runs empty. There's no firing pin in this gun, but instead there's a pullback slide mechanism that must be used to prime the active cylinder at the time of recovering all 24 shots containing a syringe-style bullet with 32 needles on the end. On impact, it is assumed the force of the shot will press the liquid inside into the target, not have been tested.
Is Bright cutting out on your end, Jerry, or is that just me?
Yeah, she's also cutting out for me.
Come on, Discord. Discord's not letting me... Why is Discord not letting me connect? Oh my god, Discord wouldn't let me connect.
You okay?
Where did I get cut off?
Well, it's kind of hard to say. It was like just a lot of yeah.
I could hear you better, but you were cutting in and out.
I guess I'll start from this paragraph right here. Redacted
Yeah,
is...
probably around where I was doing it.
Alright. Redacted is a revolver-style weapon with two 12-bullet cylinders. The design of the gun has one cylinder on each side, raised slightly, so they may flip into the gun itself and then rotate. Firing all rounds before flipping back out and allowing it to be reloaded, while the second is usable, allowing a total of 24 shots before it runs empty. There's no firing pin on this gun, but instead there is a pullback slide mechanism that must be used to prime the active cylinder. At the time of recovering, all 24 shots contain a syringe-style bullet with 32 needles on the end. On impact, it is assumed the force of the shot will press the liquid inside a target not have been tested. Of expressed interest is that these cylinders can hold standard .45 caliber ammunition, which has been tested. The gun uses an ultra-high power magnetic rail system to deliver the shot, so the gunpowder in the bullet is never used. In consideration is a redesign of a round that would utilize the gunpowder mid-flight to add even higher velocity to the round, or that would explode on impact for higher yield. Red Test PC printouts. A final authorized test with 093 resulted in the loss of a skilled service technician, but allowed us to recover very revealing documents that can be assumed to not have been intended for public knowledge in any world. Curious among these is Agent Redacted Report, which appears to have been written by a Foundation employee several decades ago. While these paper printouts were the best material recovered, it seems that the system used to create them allowed for multiple forms of input, including typed and verbal speech to text. Some audio logs of the printouts below are available, but must be requested in advance, with fully written explanations as to why. This dual input system seems to explain the variances in the style between users, as well with assumptions made on the part of the software while performing conversions. Okay. Alright. Facility fire plan. In the event of any emergency requiring the facility to be evacuated, all Clear Force staff should report to Translation 3 and use their vial to call the evacuation train. Only one vial is required to call the train and may contain any amount of tears. An empty vial will not call a train. Clear 2 and 1 staff should remain at their posts until either 10 minutes after departure of Clear 4 persons or until authorized by Clear 4 staff. Clear 3 staff should utilize the protective garments at their stations and weapon lockers before proceeding to designated crisis areas as dictated by Clear 4 staff. Reports. 3 unfertile zones have increased 25% in size In the last 7 days, containment teams are not finding any presence of unclean in these zones, but they are visibly confirmed as expanding. Clear 5 level High Fathers have confirmed breaches in the holy chambers. At each of these zones, all chambers found empty. It is believed that the unclean have breached containment on the holy chambers, dispatching additional guard to remaining chambers. Situation X549. Expansion of Zone 6420 has been confirmed. Infertile Zone containment procedures in effect. Containment staff dispatched to site. This is the 10th report in 30 days, upgrading the situation status. Reports from the Clear 5 High Fathers has stopped at all affected. The city of his word has been placed on full lockdown, and all travel denied in or out. Other cities are now in alert mode, and combat teams are being dispatched to city perimeters. Situation X550. The Great Land of Huflasha has fallen per satellite images. Entire landmass considered tainted. Outbreak of sin reported in Avena, and that landmass has requested assistance from the Holy Union. Assistance denied due to our own outbreak and mass reportings of unclean. Clear 10 staff have issued the order to evacuate via the gateway and for all Holy Union. Authorized persons to proceed to the nearest sky platform for evacuation to start. Eden to continue monitoring status. Gateway keys are being ejected to prevent spread from the center to other space-time vectors. Resurrecting staff are being awakened to monitor and continue reports here as we evacuate. May his blessings forgive our greatest sin. Evacuation log. Evacuation in progress. Shuttle 1 away. Shuttle 2 away. Shuttle 3 error. Release us. Why? Shuttle 3 error. Launch. Aborted. Proceed to Shuttle 4. Shuttle 4 reporting delayed launch. Overloaded. Triage protocols engage. Shuttle 4 reports passenger limit obtained repairing to launch. Why? Release us. Why us? Release. Why us? What did we do? Why? System detecting electrostatic activity. Compensating. Bunch of ones and zeros. Why were we hurt? What did we do? Why were we hurt? What did we do? System shut down. System restore purge of containment area in progress. Why us? Why? Listen. Record 5432 104 392. Password forgive us. 5554433222222211111. Why? System purge. Bullshit. What the fuck is this place? So, lol. Okay, so LYK. There are people typing stuff here, so I'm gonna type too, lol. So LYK. I found this rock in the pond by the house. It was all kind of glowing stuff when I picked it up. So I'm like, oh wow, pretty. And when I picked it up, the pond, you couldn't see the bottom. It was this weird room with a glowy rock thing. Well, I don't know. So I guess I fell into it. Oops, and now I'm here and not there. And really, I'm kind of scared. But this place is like a movie set, so it's cool.
Didn't Gen Zer accidentally access it before the Foundation got it?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. So it's cool. No, there's some guy I can hear talking. He keeps asking me to come downstairs, but I don't see no door. He keeps screaming for the help, too, because I told him to eat me alive. And he won't shut up, I guess. I could try going back into that room, but it's so creepy in there. I'm sort of scared to laugh. Oh, so hey.
I was gonna say, I don't know. This is starting to sound like it was like written by an actual child.
Well, No one ever said the Gen Zer was an adult. It really
Yeah.
does sound like a 12 or 13-year-old Gen Z.
Anyways. Oh, so hey, I found the door. It's like in the floor instead of on the wall. So like, I'm gonna go tell that guy yelling to shut it up so I can go home. BBL.
And that's the last we ever heard of that child.
Yep. Agent redacted
And
report.
their bizarrely gruff voice for a child.
Exactly. Intentional
Give
gruff
him that
voice.
kid voice.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. Agent redacted report. My name. I'm just gonna do a regular voice. My name is redacted, and I'm an agent at the Foundation. The year in my world is 1972. I assume it's the same in this world, but from what I have seen, due to 093, life on this world ended in approximately 1954. I have used 093 to visit a number of locales, starting and ending here in the center. I have seen the landscapes where no grass will grow. I have run from the unclean as they pursue anything they sense. I have no understanding of how they hunt, but I have learned what they are. Approximately 350 years ago or so, this world experienced a technological boom. Ours did not. The source of this seems to have been the arrival of He, a godlike being of unknown origin. He declared the world unclean and full of sin, and the only way to purge itself of this sin was to purge sinners. A war. Whoever was left alive was clean. Amazing advances in science were bestowed to all cultures for a period of 10 years to prepare them for this war, and during that time he disappeared. The war happened anyway, then instigated the Holy Union of Land. Apparently, the landmass that for us would become the United States. Records are sketchy, and books that detail anything about this time period are forbidden in the world. I located a cache of recorded history by following a series of cryptic computer communications. It seems the primary weapon used in this war for his love was in fact people, exposed to something called his holy tears, a liquid compound I have seen in use even today in abandoned medical facilities. His holy tears purge the sin from the unclean and make them love him. At least that's what the label states. The records I recovered are very unclear about how this war was waged, except to state his holy chosen walked the lands of the sin and took their sin unto themselves. Those who cried for salvation received it and are now our children. Those who denied his love were purified in his radiance. But something apparently happened no one knew how to deal with. The unclean, the enlarged creatures that are half a man and devour. Bless you.
Thank you.
Yeah, the enlarged creatures that are half a man and devour whatever they touch that lives and breathes. I actually found a scientific report written by someone who stumbled here with a 093 copy. These creatures are a result of exposure to a very pure form of his tears, resulting in a genetic apocalypse occurring within the exposed. There are terms in here, something about quantum restructuring. I don't understand any of this, but it means they were once humans, like everyone else, that couldn't be controlled, but they could be contained. They seem to be attracted to his tears, and the central point was established in various regions where a person with the purest form of his tears stays, keeping the unclean in that area known as an unfertile land. Something went wrong with that too, not sure what, but everything fell apart. The power structure, the culture, the people, all of it fell to ruins, and now those things shamble around the land as its new owners. With no purpose or directions, you can stand next to one if you can stand the stink, and they just slip right past you. If you catch their attention though, that's it. They move like lightning, if they need to, and like a snail unless they have a reason to speed up. Sometimes I think they chase just to do it. Others, they move to kill. I think someone is in this facility, or someone's. I keep hearing voices and requests coming from areas under the floor. I want to leave this before I explore the facility any further. I have sent 093 back through the entry mirror to seal that gate. These things can't be let into our world, nor should we have anything to do with this one. We're simply not smart enough to understand it all I feel. I don't think the unclean can die. They're immortal, but they don't want to be. They just want to die. They're in my head, I think. I didn't notice it till just now, but the equipment in this room is starting to react to me. Words on the screen, begging for help. I remember touching the tears, smelling it, tasting it, not just a touch. Not eating, it's just touching to it. Tasting for its acidity. We have pretty stupid investigative procedure, I think. The High Fathers are alive. They have technology we only imagine in our comics given by him. Some of the records on this machine indicate space travel, but they didn't go far. Just far enough to watch the world fall apart and wait to come back and take it. But if they're up there, who is in this building with me? I've seen the faces of people, the unclean. They show up on the pictures cast by the machine in a room with me, watching me. I think they're everywhere on this world. Only seen by machines now. They don't look sad or happy, just curious. They want to know why. Why them? Why did it all happen? I don't know, I just don't know. They show me things when I touch them, and it's not quite like the records say. The unclean remember it all. Every person they touch becomes part of them, safe inside them, but dead to us. Every mind, every feeling, every terror, it's eternal to them. I kind of want to join them, but too much to do. They want me to find him, kill him. There was no war. It was him. It. It came from between the folds of time and space and worlds, and light and dark. Something that is but should not be slipped in and called out to them as their god. And they believed it, and they tasted it, and touched it, and laid with it, and became its property. And did its will, and it is still here. The 093 it brought with it, pulled forcefully with it, built it. I don't know. They don't know, but it belongs to him. It lets him move between places, between worlds, so I broke it. I threw pieces of it away and through holes, so those doors are closed, just like ours is closed. I can't go home, so what else can I do? It calls out through the rock. Somehow it knows where they are, but I can't touch them. But if you hide the rock, we can't call out, and he's stuck too. I got you, son of a bitch. I got you. Bang, bang. I touched him with my fist and my gun, and he fell down. But he'll get back up. Soon, I'm sorry. I did all I could. Let me sleep now, please. Let me sleep. And that's it. Of 093, we finally got through.
2 hours later.
That is a pretty dark end.
Yeah.
Alright. So we're gonna do both thumbnails before we do videos, because there's part 1 and part 2. Alright.
Okay, so it's a two-parter.
Well, it shouldn't be hard to make a thumbnail that's
There's
accurate as hell.
they made it blue.
Well, I'd like to point out, it said the item was made out of cinnabar, and the plate above is an example of carved cinnabar.
Yeah.
That is not cinnabar. Cinnabar is red. As you can see. All the
It's
red
almost-
parts are cinnabar.
It's almost
All the
like
red.
it's almost like the object's nickname is the Red Sea.
Yeah. Also, the unclean isn't that bad, because that's pretty much what most artists depict the unclean looking like.
What's
Also,
with the little dots on the face?
Why do so many of the
'Cause
some farms like to add holes on the face.
remember, like, the stuff leaked out of their face, so there had to be holes.
It leaked out of the face, but there are no holes. It just leaked out of the skin.
I think maybe that's meant to be the stuff leaking out.
Maybe.
It looks like holes. Look at it, Hatchet. It has the hole mark things around it.
Oh yeah.
So, what do we rate the first one?
I think it's a 1, but only because they got the color of the disc wrong and they added the holes, but it's generally fine.
Yeah. I think that's fair enough. Although that blue disc is very annoying.
Yeah.
I will have to say the blue disc is such a change that if you wanted, we could do 2, but I'm fine with 1.
Yeah, now we're ready
I'm
to
fine.
see part 2. They changed it.
Sure. Also, where the fuck is their fucking pointer finger?
What's part 2? Let's see. You know what? Change it to a 2. 2 on both. That pisses me off.
You know what? That like that's just annoying.
That feels on purpose. That feels on purpose.
He just moved the font.
That is on purpose. That is on purpose. And the thing I'm pissed about is specifically making the disc blue.
Yeah.
Because that's what you think of when you think of Cinnabar in the Red Sea. Blue!
Yeah, plus even the anomaly itself is called the Red Sea object. Yeah, so is it also 1 again?
Like I said, can we change them both to 2? Because it's simply because it feels like they got the color wrong on purpose. Because they did it twice.
Well, yeah, but they did it twice because they just used the same image.
Yeah,
they just... literally they could. You know how easy it is to change a color when you make an image that's digital. It's fucking easy. You know, there's at least one comment that told them, "Yo, that's red."
Maybe.
Well, this is true. I just don't know how. I don't know. To me, this just feels less like them purposely, like maliciously trying to turn it blue, and more like them being really dumb and then copying the image. Like I think they made.
That's fair. 1.
Yeah, I think they made the image and then didn't bring it back into a photo editor when making the second image because oh well, I guess they would have, yeah, because to move the font, but bleh.
Yeah.
So here's what I'm gonna see, real quick.
Also, the disc colors are probably on their own layers. So literally, they would have had to just grab the blue part and change it to red. It would have taken less effort to change it to red than it would have to add the part 2.
Yeah, but that's extra effort. They have to add the part 2. They don't have to change the color.
Okay,
Shame.
so even in 2021, the author for 093 was left unknown. Because, like, it's an unknown author.
Huh. Okay.
But at the same time, it was also rewritten by Neko Chris. I'm just saying that right now. So, I'm not gonna blame him for not putting the author, because the author is, you know, unknown.
Yes.
Actually, I kind of wonder, was the author ever known?
Probably not.
Let's see.
I must catch a
No.
pufferfish.
Even at the very beginning, wow, 093 was super short at the beginning.
Wow.
Well, things change.
Yeah. So yeah, even at the very beginning, no, they never were mentioned. So, it's a mystery as to created it. Alright, so let me also bring up the bingo board. Are we ready?
Yeah.
As ready as I can be.
Alright, in 3, 2, 1.
The subject entered the mirror while holding SCP-093. As soon as the subject came into contact with the mirror, he was able to step through it into what appeared to be some sort of portal. Soon enough, he disappeared into the mirror. Foundation personnel observed that the mirror's reflection changed and instead projected a view of a field. The subject was lost from sight. Welcome back to SCP Exposed. Today, we bring you Euclid class object SCP-093. The object is primarily a red disc carved from a stone composite resembling cinnabar, with circular engravings and unknown symbols.
Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. You show a more reasonable color
I
in
would
the
like
video.
to vote to change the clicky thing to 2.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with that at this point. Let's change
Yeah.
the thumbnail
You
to
were like, it's
2.
not done malicious or purpose. They immediately prove you wrong.
Yeah.
And they might as well have been spitting in your face.
Fuck me trying to be goddamn nice. Yeah. Trying to be fucking generous.
Yeah.
But
Well,
no,
I
let's
think
just
it's a bad thing. They just take advantage.
they just fucking
Alright,
We
you
love
ready?
you.
fuck these people. And not in a fun way.
Alright, I would like the video now. Okay. Anyways.
Anyway.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1.
The disc is 7.62 centimeters in diameter
Sound
and
like
fits
you said
comfortably
the
into
desk.
most palms without abrasion. A peculiar feature of SCP-093 is that it will change hue when held by a living individual. The colors taken by the disc are still being researched to establish a
pink?
link.
Why did they add pink? There's no record. They're even now not showing pink as an option because they know pink's not an option. But why did they have it glow pink? That bothers me. Oh,
Come to think of it. I guess that's the thing. Come to think of it, does the object itself change colors, or does it just like glow a different color around it?
it would be the color around it. It never said the item itself glows. It also says the mirror changes the hue.
Right.
Well, yeah, but like I'm basically just thinking back and like I feel like the stone actually changing colors is a somewhat reasonable interpretation of the text.
I also think that is reasonable. The only issue I have is why did they add the pink? And then they're
The
just
pink is-
pretending they never did that.
The pink is annoying, though. Like, basically, I say all of this. I don't know if we want to go back and change it again, but like, with this new thinking, I feel like it's less of an issue in the thumbnail because it is actually being held by someone.
Well, yeah, but the mirror is also not tinged blue.
Well, they hadn't gone through it yet.
It tinges before you go through it. You're holding it.
Oh, yeah.
It's just, remember, the images don't really show up until you go in. Wait, no, it
Right,
does
yeah.
before.
Yeah.
But yeah, everything should be tinged blue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, they
we-
maliciously did that.
Although I should say, I find it really funny that we're using a word like malicious in this.
Also, can I just say this? Out of all the SCPs they've drawn so far, the red disc is the most detailed they've done.
Honestly, yeah, come to think of it.
why did they add all those random designs? We don't know what it looks like. They could have gone lazy.
I think what they did is they took a design created by an artist. 'Cause I do recognize that design, like a
Oh
3D model.
no.
A 3D model.
Oh
Hold on.
no, did they steal someone's design?
Yeah, right here. This is what I was talking about.
Oh no, they stole someone's design.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about.
Oh.
Huh.
We have to keep that too.
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, and I guess yeah, most depictions do show those things with holes in the face.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. The art right here, like the holes right here. You see holes and stuff like that. So that's why I don't fully.
Even though the files themselves never say there's holes, in fact, it says there's no face. They say things leak out, but they never say there's holes.
I mean, it's fair,
It's
but
like people assume there are holes, but it never says there are holes. And they just forget that skin exists and that it can leak things out without holes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the skin does have holes that leaks it out.
It does?
Pores.
Oh.
Are like they're super tiny and you can't really notice them unless you really look close, but our skin has holes.
You know what? That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that's why I said I would give them a pass for the holes on their unclean, because a lot of depictions are drawing them with holes.
Simply because it's something that always annoys me.
I mean, that's fair.
And most of the depictions are either because of the content farms or by the content farms. Because the content farms have made so much art of certain SCPs that it influences others. That's one of the main reasons why it bothers me.
I don't know. That one that statement feels a bit more dubious because like most of those major arts
I'm not talking about this one in specific. I'm thinking of a few others.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because like I was gonna say, like the main thumbnails there I recognize from what's the Untold Stories, is it? Something along those lines? Like a very reputable SCP creator. Like on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know if this depiction was created originally by a content farm. I would not be surprised. But the one I'm thinking of very specifically is not this one. It is one that Dr. Lucius did. I forgot the exact number, but they made them look like a creepypasta creature rather than the actual SCP. And when we looked up pictures for it, all the depictions for that SCP was like that, and it bothered me a lot. Like, almost all, not all of them.
Yeah, it's fair.
Gotcha.
But I think, like, some of that unclean art was created before more of the content farms, because, like, 093 is a very old SCP, so I'm pretty sure some of that art was made before the content farms.
Yeah.
We don't know how old the content farms are, though. Like, the rubber is a content farm, and they happened before COVID.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but like a lot of these things are like coming from channels that have been there for like close to a decade.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Anyways, let's stop talking about the art that and continue with the video.
No, what if I want to keep talking about the art?
I like current belief holds that the changes depend upon regrets carried by the holder. If the disc is removed from a mirror and not held by a person, it will seek out the nearest mirror-like surface. If an obstacle is between SCP-093 and the nearest mirror-like surface, it will use its phenomenal speed. The mechanism of this acceleration is currently—
Wait, why did they make it so flat?
They turned it into a discus. Or like, not even a discus, like a saw blade. Why?
I think it's more like they turned it into Sailor Moon's tiara. You can't unsee it, right?
No.
I've never seen Sailor Moon, so I don't know the reference.
You see that shape? That's literally how her tiara looks like when it turns into a weapon.
Yeah.
That exact shape, only it's white and glowy.
I plantus the cactus.
So yeah.
Right, anyways, in 3, 2, 1.
Unknown to punch through the obstacle and continue on its course at this speed. It will only stop when a mirror-like surface is contacted. Despite tremendous impact velocities, no damage will be dealt to the disc or the mirror. This has resulted in damage to much of Site-87. Subsequently, the disc must remain on the
just the zoom out, and these fucking doctors have been so incompetent that the entire wall is covered in holes.
There's the hole there, hole there, hole there.
damage to much of Site-87.
See several holes and marks. Why there's holes on the floor, we don't know.
they took the mirror, put it under, like, they fucking went down a level in the facility, held the mirror there, and just to watch the disc punch a hole through the floor. Their fucking their fucking, like, hired contractors gonna come to the site and just want to throttle these doctors.
Anyways.
Subsequently, the disc must remain on a mirror at all times and must be under constant video surveillance. The object was originally found by the Foundation on the shore of the Red Sea on the 30th of January 1968.
Why is it
emitting a
glowing when no one is touching it?
They just fucking made it a goddamn UFO.
Yeah, it only hummed. Like, it did not
Like it hums a little. It doesn't fucking glow.
Yeah.
Also, now that we've talked about the holes a lot, even if I don't see the holes as accurate, it seems old enough that it should not be a mark against it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess it should only be marked as a 1, as much as that bothers me.
I think we changed
Right?
it to the 2 because of the disc. Are we changing it back to 1 again? Oh my god.
No, we can still do 2.
Okay.
I mean, we could change it to 1 again.
Oh my god.
We could technically turn it into a 4 if we really want to. It's our rules. We make the rules.
What the fuck? Oh my god. Anyways, let's see how worse it's gonna get. We haven't clicked anything on the bingo board yet.
Yeah.
a low sigh and a dim blue gleam. Several experiments were
Oh my
conducted to test SCP-093's reaction to mirror-like surfaces.
Oh man,
During one of these experiments,
my favorite fucking color log was goddamn magenta.
Yeah, he went to the gay dimension.
He walks through and it's nothing but a gigantic strip club, but it's just the unclean doing the stripping. What would kind of think of it? What would they strip? I guess they wouldn't strip. They just pole dance.
Yeah.
Do you
Oh,
think
they
the
pole dance kill us? We?
perhaps?
Wait.
My real question is, do you how big of a pole do you think they would need to safely pole dance?
Oh.
Probably
Hey.
pretty damn big.
Shit, what I'm starting to think, so you know how they're half bodies? I'm starting to think that they're like attached to the poles, and you just see a bunch of them just spinning in a circle.
They're just attached like helicopter blades, and they're just all spinning. What the fuck is this conversation?
You know what? Let's keep going.
Get this
Yeah.
stupid gay rock off my screen.
a researcher,
Man,
by
all
pure
of the
coincidence,
leaders
held the
fucking
disc.
calling us
Why
stupid.
does it glow yellow on the mirror?
Yellow?
That's how they were depicting it going through walls and mirrors.
First they have it pink, and now the pink is going through the yellow?
What Hatchet said is how they depict going through the mirror. Is yellow.
They just decide to make it look like piss. They're dousing the gay rock in piss.
Are they gonna douse the gay man in piss?
If he's into it, I guess.
Anyways, 3, 2,
Oh.
in his hand and tripped forward into a mirror. Miraculously, the researcher proceeded to step into the mirror. He quickly stepped back into the room while everyone stared in shock at this newfound discovery.
What?
Their fucking faces! Also, what's up with this bearded thumb over here?
I don't know. His shaped hair makes me uncomfortable. It's like
I'd like
kind of.
to comment. A lot of their videos have barely any facial expressions. Then they randomly pull this shit. That kind of bothers me. God damn.
I guess they stepped up their attempts at stuff, but it's just like go back a few frames to the guy that's holding the thing. Oh, now it's too far. Damn. Oh, there we go. Oh!
Be still my gay heart.
I can move his head back and forth.
Wiggle.
I'm
Wiggle
making
his
him a
head.
bobblehead.
This is so dumb.
Yes, it is.
Back into the room while everyone stared in shock at this newfound discovery. 5 tests have been conducted so far regarding 5 different colors from SCP-093.
What is this? Wait a minute.
Go, go, Power Rangers!
Is cyan an option?
No.
Is cyan?
Oh.
Okay, look. Yeah, I don't see any cyan. There's blue, green, violet, yellow, red. And right
they
now
not-
they're showing.
Do they think that violet is a color of blue?
Hold on, I'm double checking to see if there was cyan in the past. Waiting
They
for the
just
way
not-
back.
Do they just think that purple is the same thing as blue?
I'm still waiting on the way back. There it is. Yeah, no, cyan never existed.
Yeah, I think they just I think the cyan is intended to be the blue, and they just fucked up violet so bad that it looks blue.
I don't think it's supposed to be blue because the first one is blue. See?
Yeah, I think that's what Hedge is trying to say.
Yeah, like I feel like the first one is their attempt at violet.
I don't think so.
I think it
Well-
kind of is. They're that bad.
Like it's closer in shade to what violet would be than cyan.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if... Watch them say this blue one's violet.
Oh, my fucking mouse died. Great.
Alright, and 3, 2, 1.
Regarding 5 different colors from SCP-093. During these tests, subjects must wear a Class 3 buckle harness strapped to the chest and must be attached to a tension pulley system, allowing for 300 meters of movement. Additional spools may be added to extend movement if necessary. The clasps connecting these spools must be high grade and capable of withstanding applied force of 0.2 tons. The subject must also be attached to a video system with a camera mounted on the subject's head or shoulders. The first test was performed for the color blue. The subject
No, that was blue!
Okay, nope, never mind. Never mind. I'm just why do I try to be generous?
Because
Do they
you're a
think-
generous person.
I accidentally unplugged my headset. 1 second. I'm plugged back in. Fuck these people. How the fuck do you come? How the fuck do you mix fucking violet up with cyan? Are you? Yay! This makes me so fucking irrationally upset.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1.
Performing the test was a male of 34 years of age. He had a background of attempted suicide and 2 cases of murder. The subject held the disc in his hand, which immediately altered into a blue hue, then stepped through into the
Wait,
mirror.
hold on. I noticed it.
Yeah, they
They use cyan!
all around me are familiar faces.
So which one's the blue one?
I guess we're just gonna have to wait till it's violet to see which one they think is blue and which one's violet. There's okay. Did you already tally off contradictions?
I did now.
They're contradicting their own art within a few seconds. I'm also noticing that here they're showing it as not the disc wholly shifting to the disc itself changing the color. They're showing the color being like around the disc because the disc color is still the reddish.
Yeah.
So sure, bud. Just have to. Why did they add this one image that just ends up contradicting the entire art design previous to this image? Why would they do this?
Who knows?
Like they went out of their way to put in more effort to make it less correct.
Yeah. Anyways. And 3. I get the feeling we're probably just gonna finish off with 093 and get to the Crooked Man next week.
Yeah, that's my vibe. This is yeah.
Because the amount of shit we're probably gonna go through is gonna piss us off. Hedge is already seething.
It's. Oh, go ahead, Jerry.
Oh, you go.
I was just gonna say, it's a good content farm stream when I'm having spontaneous bits of panic symptoms show up from how frustrated I am.
You good?
No, I'm A-okay. It's just
Alright. We ready to continue?
I would like to show a picture that symbolizes the general way that the discs should look. I just need to save it first.
I mean, if it's online, you could just copy and then paste it.
Yeah.
Oh, no. It's not online.
Ah.
Now it's online.
Oh,
There we go.
okay.
See?
The colors. Okay, I gotcha.
Blue, green, violet, yellow, red. They're very basic and very distinct colors.
Yeah.
You see how violet doesn't look like fuchsia? You know how blue doesn't look like cyan? I'm sorry.
I'm doing all right. Don't mind me. Is there a reason we're sitting here in silence, or?
Oh. Sorry.
His hand, which immediately altered into a blue hue, then stepped through into the mirror. Instantly, the reflection in the mirror altered to show a field, and the view of the field was tinged in a blue hue too. From the camera view, the field looked like typical lowland plains, and everything had a heavy blue tinge overlapping the normal colors. No discernible landmarks visible as subject panned view left to right. Only grass, weeds, and a breeze moving the taller grass. No trees, no living beings visible. Subject moved forward as
Wait, they contradicted again. The background's not blue.
Come on, man. It's like they're just like trying to machine gun all of the contradictions in early.
instructed, traveling for approximately 500 steps before finding a large hole. The subject was instructed to enter the hole, and after mild protesting, he
It's
agreed
still
to do
not
so.
blue.
There was no apparent method of descent, such as ladder or rope. The subject relied entirely on his own hands and the pulley system to slow the descent. Once the subject reached the bottom of the hole,
Okay, why does this sort of look like an anus?
Right.
Yeah.
Get your head out of the gutter.
cable reads showed it was at least 100 meters deep. He found nothing of interest. But when he moved forward, he found a tunnel leading further away. The tunnel turned from bare dirt to a concrete enclosure, and the subject complained of a stench. Eventually, the hallway was lit up as ceiling lights appeared ahead. A series of 6 doors, 3 to a side, spanned before the camera view, with a 7th door visible at the end of the corridor that had been blocked by what looked like generic metal shelving debris. Subject was requested to try doors, in whatever order he chose. The first 2
The fuck was he saying?
Touch David! Cut Mora!
I started thinking he was either speaking like they do in Henry Stickmin or from Charlie Brown.
To me, it sounds like someone someone trying to speak in Tolkien's like Sindarin Elvish, but just not knowing how to do it.
Right. 3, 2.
Anyway,
doors were locked.
as we all know, the preferred language of all SCP employees is Sindarin.
Oh my god.
Sindarin Elf.
3, 2, 1.
Going up the other side, the 3rd door opened fully, and light was bright in the room. The room was bare, but the walls were filthy. Subject stated the material on the walls wasn't dirt, but he couldn't identify it.
Wait, hold on. In the article, the battery had to be at full, so why is it almost dead?
Actually, in the article, this is before they're using wireless.
Yeah.
So I would wouldn't the camera be hooked up to a constant power source through the wired connection?
Ah.
So it's even stupider.
Right.
It's even stupider. Come on, man.
Identify it. It seemed to resemble melted plastic, but was brown in color rather than black. The subject opened the 5th door to find just a bare room with some shelves and boxes of bottled water. On the ceiling of the room was the same plastic-like material. Audio on the tape went strange, and a high-pitched screeching
Wait,
noise.
hold on. You see how it says 1942 right here, right?
Yeah.
Can we go right here for a moment? So if you go over here... Oh no, it's stuck. It's stuck.
It's
oh
like,
no.
No, please, don't show our inconsistencies. Please.
Yeah.
Couldn't
Please
identify
don't
it.
show that our...
Yeah, now it's... Yeah, for a second there. Hold on. Yeah, 20...
Fucking...
It went back in time.
I love it when we have time-traveling cameras.
It seemed to resemble melted plastic, but was brown in color rather than black. The subject opened the 5th door to find just a bare room with some shelves and boxes of bottled water. On the ceiling of the room was the same plastic-like material. Audio on the tape went strange, and a high-pitched screeching noise like grinding metal dominated all communication back at HQ for 3 seconds. The subject was asked to leave the room and head back. The camera panned, and suddenly a figure was visible at the end of the tunnel where the 7th door was. The door was open only enough for a face to be seen through a crack just before the door silently closed. No details could be seen. At the time this took place, no personnel noticed this, nor did the subject.
Yeah, yeah, they didn't notice it.
Oh! This is the face I make when I don't notice the spooky face.
Yeah.
This,
Imagine it's dying.
Stardew Valley, help me. Help me,
This-
Stardew Valley.
Yeah.
You're my only
Also,
hope.
so far, they're not going too far away from the article.
Yeah, for the most part, it's just like inconsistencies in art design.
Yeah.
And in fact, like, I think we have to give credit in the fact that they're like taking more time to like actually show facial expressions that's more than dead fish.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1.
It was only discovered after future review. The subject climbed back up the tunnel and returned to the surface. Personnel noticed the cable attached to the subject had suddenly yanked in an odd direction, despite normal behavior from the subject. As the subject walked back through the field, he was asked to turn in a full circle. Footage on the camera revealed that behind the subject, a crowd of 37 countable figures stood silently. Features were unidentifiable and
Why are they all cookie dough?
Because cookie dough?
Looks like boiled in oil.
and they were lacking the blue tinge that dominated the
Too bad
landscape.
It doesn't look like
Wait.
dough.
I just realized they brought the blue back.
Yep. They decided to randomly tinge everything cyan. Besides everything. They're literally just tinging the land cyan. It's not even a tinge, it's just full cyan. It's not the sky, it's not the beings, it's just the ground.
Hmm.
Because that's
There's-
what everything is tinged in this color means.
I must say, this channel seems to be a fan of bluegrass music.
Oh my god.
This is terrible. I hate myself.
that dominated the landscape. Panic broke back in HQ, but the subject claimed to see nothing. The subject was asked to return back to base. Suddenly, a scream was caught on the audio. 5 shots were fired as the subject aimed the pistol at something not visible on camera. Eventually, the subject returned back to the mirror, and in the reflection of the mirror, a view of a creature could be seen. It appeared to be a massive human being, crawling on the ground, easily 50 times the size of a normal.
Why does their thumbnail art look better than the one in the video for Unclean?
Because still image compared to moving image is hard.
Actually, it's I hate how they animated Unclean. Just watch it.
It appeared to be a massive human being, crawling on
Like
the ground.
he's not
easily
moving
50
his
times
arms.
the size of a normal person.
Oh my
with
god,
no
yeah,
facial
oh
features.
my, this Unclean has the most killer pecs. Because that's all he's using to move.
My god.
Creature could be seen. It appeared to be a massive
Look
human
at the
being,
pecs
crawling
move.
on the ground, easily 50 times the size of a normal person with no facial features and a very short arm reach, pulling itself toward the mirror. Within 5 seconds, the mirror's reflection returned to normal. Control personnel monitoring the mirror had seen a massive human being crawling on the ground, easily 50 times the size of a normal person with no facial features and a very short arm reach, pulling itself toward the mirror before it returned to a reflection. Due to proximity, fine details could not be made out, but at least one observer noted the being appeared to have been shot from the marks in the otherwise smooth, featureless face. For the green test, a 23-year-old
shot?
female
What
was
did they-
Wait, hold on. We need to see the green. Hold on.
Because
for the green
They made it black.
what the fuck, man?
They made it a cyan disc that's glowing green instead of just, a red disc glowing green.
Like if all they had to do was pretty much take the art from the one where it was glowing blue and just make it green. If they didn't want to spend too much effort, but nope.
I have come to the conclusion that these videos are bad for my mental health.
No shit.
Also, I can't believe my brain is only just now clicking that this SCP vaguely reminds me of Attack on Titan.
Oh yeah. It does have similarities, doesn't it?
Well, the only real similarity is gigantic humanoid, but eh.
I was also kind of thinking because like some of the unclean used to be humans, and I was thinking that, but
Yeah.
also they
Oh,
also
yeah,
stated
that,
they're
yeah.
trying to build stuff to keep the unclean out. So I was also kind of thinking the wall.
Oh, okay, that's kind of fair enough. Also,
Yeah.
hey, Jen Apple.
Hey Jen. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I said similarities because I kind of saw two.
Yeah.
Anyways, 3, 2, 1.
test, a 23-year-old female was used. Subject's background showed instance of grand theft auto and a second-degree murder of 2 children during an escape with a stolen vehicle. When the subject entered the mirror, the reflection altered to reveal what appeared to be a farm landscape. Despite the similarities with the blue test, there were no landmarks visible on camera that seemed to confirm
No landmarks.
I'm doing da booty da boot die, da booty da boot die, da booty da boot die. The
I
house is
think-
apparently not a landmark of any kind. But to be fair, I think the green test also said no landmarks.
Yeah. That's what I was making fun of because they show a
Yeah,
landmark right there.
they just randomly decided to depict the fucking house when they shouldn't have been able to see it in this situation.
Oh yeah, the house wasn't visible yet, was it?
No.
Yeah. They were basically just looking out into the fields.
So that's why in the document it said that there was nothing visible, but here it's like, no, the house.
Yes.
Here it's like, yeah, no. We have to show the house. We have to show the farmhouse. It's a necessity, despite what we're saying.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1.
they were in the same landscape. A farmhouse was visible to the right of the field.
What is this coloring?
It just made it. It's bizarre. It's like they took the filter that like every fucking American movie puts on if they're depicting something in Mexico and combined it with like the old West filter.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
As we all know, when you go to Mexico, everything becomes yellow.
Should I be offended?
Yes.
Probably. Very odd film tropes.
Yeah. Alright. 3, 2, 1.
Large, 2 stories, and a basement shelter entrance was visible at one end. Subject prepared her sidearm immediately and was asked by control to relax before proceeding. Her heavy breathing dominated the audio feed. Subject took a few minutes and announced that she was
Why is why does she sort of look like Ellen DeGeneres?
Oh, I hate that you just said that. Fuck you. I hate that you just put that in my mind, and I hate that it's somewhat accurate. Fuck you.
Oh no, it is. It's Ellen DeGeneres with earrings.
And
Oh.
a slight Ellen DeGeneres, except earrings, slightly cool hairstyle, and murder charges.
Well, technically, it is her hairstyle, just on the other side of the head.
Well, yeah, but doesn't she not have the shaven part? Like, it's just
Oh,
like
you're
shorter
right.
hair,
Hers
not
isn't
shaven.
really shaven. Oh, you're right.
Still, I thought I was like, I had to say it. I can't be the only one.
Although, good for them for not arbitrarily changing her gender
Yeah.
or redacting her.
Oh yeah, let's see if they leave the dead I think it was like dead children that were there.
No, it's like
Oh.
a bunch of children's clothes lined up.
Ah,
That
right,
she
that's right.
reacts to.
Yeah, let's see if they keep it. Alright, and 3, 2, 1.
It's fine. Then proceeded as directed to walk the perimeter of the farmhouse. Children's bicycles, 2, boys and girls laid against the house near the shelter doors.
That is
One of the
not laid
doors to
against the house. that is in fact laid against the ground. They're laid down on the ground. That's not laying against the house.
Actually,
Try again.
Hold on, I
They
think...
already drew it. They're not
Children's
changing it.
bicycles, 2, boys and girls
Yeah,
laid
they're
against
laid
the
against
house
the
near the
ground.
shelter doors. One of the doors to
My
the
God.
shelter lay in the grass, torn from the entrance as evidenced by splintering wood. On the stairs lay clothes arranged in a descending order, shoes to shirt going down them, belonging to a boy. Subject began screaming at Control, asking if this was some sort of sick joke.
Hey, they actually
Control
did
assured
keep
her
it
they
in.
have never seen this environment either, and to please calm down. Subject took several minutes to regain herself before continuing. It is unknown if SCP-093 is linking the subject's past with her landscape. The subject entered the basement and complained about a stench. As the subject panned the area, a metal hatch was visible in the ground, similar to a bulkhead on a submarine with a turn handle. Subject remarked that the smell was at its worst around the hatch. The subject was asked to open the hatch, and when the camera was tilted to view down the hatch, it revealed a white concrete tunnel, similar to the one found in the Blue experiment, but in much better condition. Subject was asked to descend the ladder and close the hatch behind her. Inside the hatch is what appears to be a bunker. Several boxes of food similar to those found during the Blue test could be seen. On the beds were 2 skeletons, and on the floor was a third. A few children's toys resembling popular 1950s era products were lined against the wall. The subject was requested to leave the bunker. As the subject gripped the ladder leading back to the upper level, the camera panned up for a moment, and at the top of the tunnel, a humanoid figure was seen.
Again, why are they cookie dough?
They like cookie dough.
Peering down. Control asked the subject about the humanoid figure, but the subject claimed to see nothing. Again, there is the obvious link between the Blue testing and this experiment. When the subject climbed to the top, no life forms were visible. The subject returned to the entryway of the house, but paused at the window. In the distance, approximately 700 meters from the farm, 2 massive humanoid beings were crawling
At least they're
across the
using
landscape.
arms.
Personnel recognized these beings as the one from the Blue testing. They were featureless, facing at an angle moving across the field of vision, so the faces were only visible for a few moments. During this time, it was clear they had no facial features. The arms they used to drag themselves were short at times and long at others, stretching out to varying lengths each time they moved. There was no rear area to the beings. All bodily design appeared to end
Oh my
at the
god,
torso.
why?
The subject was asked to explore more of the house. Despite protests, the subject eventually obeyed. One door revealed a shared children's bedroom, obviously boy and girl, given the types of toys and clothes scattered on the floor. There was also a window, which the subject approached. The farmland is visible, and approximately 40 kilometers from it at best guess, a city. As the subject looked out, approximately 300 figures similar to those from the footage captured
God
during
damn,
the
they
blue
love
test were
Keto.
visible around the home, all staring up. Subject was asked by personnel to confirm the figures, but she stated nothing was there. The subject was asked to return back.
Now they made this plane green.
Just, also, what the fuck is this side profile?
I don't know.
They changed the side her hair was on. Also, just for
Oh.
funsies, I decided to make my own design for the red sea item object since
Ah,
there's already a lot of designs. I was like, you know what? I'll make my own.
that's fair.
That's cool.
Also, why did they give her massive tits?
Because they need to give her tips.
Like,
I'm gonna think of it. The design that you gave them actually makes me think of like the hand-drawn book titles that Tolkien made for the original publication of The Lord of the Rings.
I was going with the prayer theme throughout literally every
Yeah,
area.
yeah,
that's fair.
yeah. The reason why,
It's cool.
yeah, the reason why I thought about it was just because, like, basically in all the other videos, either the women barely had any chest or was barely big at all. Now all of a sudden they're humongous. The first woman in the video.
Well, you're forgetting also the earlier videos that whenever they had women, they had large lips and large boobs because they didn't know how to draw women.
Hmm. That's fair. Alright. Anyways, let's continue.
To base. Nothing else of importance occurred on this return. What did you think of that SCP case? Make sure you stay tuned to our channel because there's a lot more creepy.
Okay, so that's part 1. How do we rank part 1? A deviation from the removal of character / license. What we got so far.
They
That
didn't.
they didn't take anything out.
Yeah, surprisingly.
So weirdly, that needs to be a 0, and I very much dislike that.
Yeah,
Alright,
like the license was
oh.
there to the best of their ability because unknown author.
Yeah, so altered / added gore or violence.
I
No,
hate to say it, but a 0.
0.
Yeah.
Like we've been picking apart the art design a lot, but like in terms of the actual rating, I have a feeling this is going to be their best work.
Yeah. Deviates from the plot of the article.
None, nada. It's the exact
0.
Yeah. Is it just gonna be 90%? Only minute of video / offensiveness.
I think
will
it's. Oh,
I would put this at about 1, based upon the fact that they did make the artistic choice to not have any people of color, unless you count the dough figures as people of color. But I'm not gonna do that.
oh, you're right. They also made the dough figures from the color from the article to a weird dough color.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
the monsters, those are supposed to be fleshy colored. That makes sense. But the figures are all always shown as dark.
Were they? I don't think that they actually specified a color for the figures.
They didn't specify a color because they were always called dark.
Hold on.
Dark or black.
Yeah. I was trying to see if they actually said the race in the article. I've seen anything for.
I don't think they say anyone's
They
race
don't-
in any of the
yeah.
articles.
Because that'd be irrelevant information to add.
Nope.
But yeah, the figures were always depicted as dark colored, which dough is not. It never said a specific color, but dark is not dough.
Well, yeah. So, yeah, I would put the offensiveness at a 1.
Yeah,
I would also put it at a 1.
Like it's just got like those undertones of like lacking diversity and or whitewashing ghostly figures.
Okay,
Yeah,
so it's
I'm
not their
exactly
best.
offended that they changed the ghosts from dark too, I don't know, fucking flesh tone.
Yeah. Also, it's not their best one. Because if you look over here, we got two
Yeah.
90%s.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because the Lego ones. Okay. So for them to actually beat their best score, we would have to only tack on a single point anywhere on the board.
Yeah, also, here's the thing. If you look right here, the first one, like the first part, was pretty good. Then it went to shit for the second one.
Yeah.
So that
This is not
means...
the best precedent. So hopefully they keep up the quality of this. Well, quality in air quotes.
Okay, so let's still keep that here. Oh, when you held the object change into a violet hue, this is going to be a violet test.
Well, yeah. That is the chronology, Bright.
Wait, well, I'm seeing the comments. There's a couple of them where it's Dr. Dash 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 Dash.
Dr. Dash 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 Dash.
It sounds like a dance. Alright, so let me get rid of this bingo board we already have. Create a new one.
How many things did we mark on the bingo board? Bongo beard.
Alright, we ready?
Did you hear me?
How many things were marked on the bingo card?
Only I only did 2. The wrong SCP design. Mainly, I clicked that because it changed to blue, green.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
and
valid.
and contradiction.
Yeah, okay.
Let's see if it gets more this time. 3, 2, 1.
Can't wait.
The third testing with SCP-093, the Red Sea object, was conducted with a male subject of 21 years. When he held onto the object, the disc changed into a violet hue.
They do know violet.
At least between the first video and the second video, they figured out what the fuck violet looks like.
That's right. It no longer looks like a gay bar. It just looks like the normal gay.
A gay bar is like the way you say gay bar there. In my mind, with it being something handheld, I was thinking of like a snack. We need like a granola bar brand that's just called the gay bar.
And they should have something like a flamingo or something.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Like
a magenta flamingo, or
yeah,
like a fuchsia
mascot.
flamingo, or like a, I don't know, something bright.
Or a toucan. Because of the beak. Toucans are so cool.
Toucans are really cool. I was just thinking flamingo because I know there's been a lot of gay themed things over the years that have been specifically flamingo.
But with toucan, you have big, colorful beak. And that's the other thing that's a fun fact. Toucans are basically serving the same niche as woodpeckers. They have that big beak to fucking carve into wood and get bugs out of them.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah. Alright. Now let's see if they actually do what was in the violet test. Alright.
Yes.
3, 2, 1.
Similarly to other tests, the subject was hooked up to a cable pulley system and he entered the mirror. This time, through the mirror's reflection, Foundation personnel could discern what appeared to be a modern downtown district, similar to a city like New York. The streets were mostly bare except for...
Wait a second. Hold on. Go back.
Like to hear?
I'm actually shocked. Is that meant to be the World Trade Center?
Maybe.
They say it's like it looks like New York, and then they actually feature a building that looks distinctly like a New Yorkian building. New Yorkian? You know what I mean.
Okay.
That's
Uh,
I wasn't expecting that.
I don't think it's a World Trade Center, but it definitely looks similar enough.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Like it's got the shape of like something that's like if I was like drawing the modern World Trade Center based solely on memory, that's probably what I would draw.
Yeah. Alright.
Fair enough.
So, we ready to continue?
Yeah, I'm just like
Yeah.
I hate it. It hurts my soul to compliment them, but like that's actually I can appreciate that detail.
Now watch you immediately take it back.
I doubt I'm gonna take that one back, but I
City
can't
like New
wait
York.
to be angry.
The streets were
Look, there's a bunch of colors that isn't.
Yeah, well, that's par for the course at this point.
mostly bare except for a few cars of unknown make and model. These cars looked highly advanced and streamlined. Subject attempted to look into the car windows but backed away, remarking there was a rank stank coming from areas around most of them. The subject was asked to inspect the inside of some cars. The
I
subject
don't
wiped
think it
off the
was
dust on
ever said that the cars looked high tech, only that everything was styled like of a certain era.
I don't think like I think they used the exact wording used in the
Yeah,
article.
I think so.
Not like high tech, but like developed,
Yeah.
highly developed, something like that.
Oh yeah, we're about to see the car filled
Whoa.
out with brown shit.
Oh, I thought it looked like bones there.
Well, we'll see. 3, 2, 1.
windows to find that the insides of many of
Oh,
the
no, that's
cars
just
were
upholstery.
lined with the same plastic brown matter from recent testings. However, there was a vehicle that seemed more recent than the others, and the insides were immaculate. The doors to this vehicle were also unlocked, and the subject quickly got inside, then shut the doors. Personnel asked him to step out of the car, but the subject refused momentarily as he felt a little nervous. Control argued with the subject over this issue, and while this occurred, the subject stared around the cityscape from the car. During one pan, a face was clearly seen staring
Ow.
into the car, eyes watching the subject. However, this was not noticed until post-test footage review. Subject made no comment regarding this entity at any point. Control sent in a team of 4 armed Foundation personnel to retrieve the subject and explore on their own.
So far, so
The
good.
subject was located, the harness was removed, and the camera feed was switched to the team. The team
Also, can I
was
just...
instructed to inspect
Wait,
a
hold
nearby
on. I want to
building.
go back a bit. Can we just say this is probably the best MTF armor they've ever drawn?
Oh yeah,
It is, and I hate it.
yeah. Huh.
They
Well, good for
actually
them.
drew MTF armor.
Why did they just suddenly start caring?
No.
What happened? What happened in their lives to where they're like, you know what? I'm gonna actually put in a modicum of effort this time.
I don't know either.
And this is the final form of this picture.
Probably.
What do you mean, probably?
Right, Jerry was posting something in
Oh. Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about the content part.
What do you think I'm gonna do? Add highlight? Add glow?
Yes. Anyways.
Make the video glow, Jerry. Make the video glow for us.
3, 2, 1.
The camera feed was switched to the team. The team was instructed to inspect a nearby building. This building had etched glass doors bearing the
Oh, I hate this. Why is the X smaller than the E and A?
I don't know. Wait, did the MTF design suddenly degrade?
Oh
Yes.
no, it did. They from the front on, they switched back to the older bullshit with their fucking awkward ass, fucking inflatable AKs with a handle on the top.
Oh yeah, I should probably click contradiction for the changes of the colors from inside the world and outside. I'm
Yeah,
guessing.
that's fair.
Alright, so yeah. Alright, and 3, 2, 1.
The name AXE-A, Researched Partners Inc. And the doors were ajar. The team entered the building and main lobby. Inside, it appeared to be like a normal corporate building lobby. There was a C-shaped receptionist desk with a chair pushed far from it, as if it was left in a hurry. There was a desktop PC, and the team attempted to access it, but after a few failed password attempts, they moved on. Behind the receptionist desk were 2 elevator doors, one to the left and one to the right, with similar touch-sense keys. The elevator on the left was broken. The door opened and the shaft empty. The elevator on the right appeared functional and had power. The team proceeded to level 114, which was the highest button on the elevator pad. Once they reached level 114, they entered a spacious room laid with couches and large windows. The view of the city was astonishing. The city below was gray and silent, no evidence of life at this altitude. Some buildings in the city had a strange brown growth that appeared to have been splashed against them. Other buildings had floors where the glass had been shattered and the same brown substance was seeping out the edges. The team member with the camera attached to him was called by his comrade to look out another window, and from there, one of the humanoid creatures from previous testings could be seen. On an expressway that encircled the city crawled another of the large half-body humanoids, dragging itself with its elastic arms as witnessed in previous tests. It traveled the highway, then moved out of sight. The team returned to the
You know what I
elevator.
just realized? In their animation, they're making it look like it's moving fast, but it's been stated unless it's going after something, it is slow as a snail.
Yeah.
So that's a bit inaccurate. I just thought I would point that out.
Yeah, there's just a wee bit.
Later to find that the button for level 74 had already been activated. No one had pressed that button yet, and so it seemed to have been triggered on its own accord. The team
Wait, did they skip the 113 thing? Like, or some of the buttons were missing?
Yes.
No, wasn't that in the next one?
No, I think that was in Violet.
I thought that was in yellow.
Let's see. Yeah. All the floors appear accessible to the highest being 114. In reality, 112, S13, and 113 are missing from the keypad. Yeah, because they were supposed to go to the top and see the view of the city and everything.
Oh, okay, so they
They
redacted a minor element.
Yeah. So they removed some things.
team agreed to travel to level 74. On the 74th floor, the doors opened and revealed a waiting area to what appeared to be a doctor's office. At the reception desk, there was a sign-in sheet with a series of
They all came at the exact same date.
Oh my gosh.
Each and every one.
Well, there's actually not even a full date. It's just a year.
Yeah.
As we all the most efficient, as we all know, the most efficient way to keep track of when certain patients came in for their yearly checkup is to just say the year that they came in.
Yeah.
Not like what time in the year. Not like what day of the month in that year. No, it's just like they came in and they came in 1953. It could have been in December, could have been in January. We don't fucking know.
3, 2, 1.
of names and dates. The dates on the sign-in sheet all carried the year 1953. On the desk was a notepad titled, "From the Desk of Dr. Borisitsky, Blessed Purificationist." The door to the doctor's area was sketched with the same name and title, as well as a crucifix.
Did they
Through this door,
randomly
along-
add a cross?
No, there
Yes,
was a
yes, they did.
crucifix. There was.
Oh, was it? Was there a crucifix? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, there was.
Huh. Okay.
long hallway stretched out, and at the end of the hallway was a door locked with a keypad. A small amount of C4 was
Didn't even show the C4. They just-
Well, explosions take effort to animate.
Run. Oh, wait, no, the C4 is there.
It's being picked up. Wait, that's a hand. They blew off someone's hand. Someone is holding it up and they detonate it while it's in their hand.
Yeah.
Judging by the fact that it's not a gloved hand, it would have to be the D class. So they just casually, let's blow up this D class.
Yeah. So the C4 was there. They just didn't want to animate it.
They just, Alright,
Sorry.
let's move on.
small amount of C4 was placed at the lock to the key-coded door at the request of Control, and then blown, forcing the door open.
Oh, so what? Wait, let's. What happened? What?
That was a C4 explosion. Are you okay, Hatchet?
I'm never okay. Where's this fucking truffle?
3, 2, 1.
Inside the room were a total of 6 large capsules. 2 were broken, and a brownish amber material coated the floor coming from them. 1 was empty. The last 3 had nude humans floating in them with breathing masks. Attached to the front of these tubes were medical charts showing vital signs and conditions. Control asked for a zoom of one of the patient pages on the chart. After focusing, it read, Citizen Jennifer McZurka did suffer a lapse of the heart that did lead her to lay with her neighbor twice upon nights of her husband's departure
Okay.
from their home. Patient did submit herself into the Lord's and our hands for cleansing of mind and body. Prayer administered by High Father Ualakan, and patient submitted to a 3-day period in the Lord's tears to cleanse her system, then released in good spirits. The test subject, who had been traveling quietly with the escort team, now began to panic. The camera panned to focus on him and revealed he was surrounded by entities.
He was in a corner. He was in a corner.
Yes.
Similar to those witnessed in the first 2 tests.
Are they supposed to be flesh shaped? Not shaped, flesh colored or purple colored?
Well, they are. I guess they're like trying to, like, show that it's the tinge from the recording.
Yeah.
Okay. So they've actually taken that to heart completely, besides the D-Class's suit?
Yes.
Well, I mean, his shirt's made really purple, so it's like, I think it's kind of like trying to show that it's laying that color over it. It doesn't look right, but it's trying.
Yeah. Alright. Starting it again in 3, 2, 1.
Also, I was gonna say, I think it's important to note that the figures are now made out of Laffy Taffy.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1.
Team claimed to see nothing else in the hallway, but the subject confirmed he could see the entities surrounding him. This is an unusual difference from previous testings, in which subjects could not see the entities surrounding them. The team was asked to retrieve the subject, and as one team member stepped forward, the entities moved to allow him a path and secure the subject. But soon they closed off, so they were crowded around the subject, and they never stopped staring at him. The subject was also clearly distressed. The team returned to the ground level and exited the building. Suddenly, the subject cried out and pointed to their left, where one of the large torsos was crawling slowly on a large expressway.
Yes,
The entity
slowly.
turned its featureless head to look at the escort team, raised its head to the sky, and emitted a bellowing sound. Control asked the team to return immediately to the exit through the mirror. The creature on the expressway extended an arm down that stretched to touch the ground. All team members except for one returned through the mirror. As soon as the subject entered, the mirror closed off and returned to its normal reflection. The team member was left behind in the other world.
The way they acted just makes me laugh. It's like, wait, huh? Where is everyone?
What? He's just not acting with the urgency that he should be. They're being chased by the fucking Titan.
His mentality is like, well, this is my fate now.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna
As soon as the subject entered the
Huh?
I'm gonna get mudded or smudded. It's my destiny.
Oh yeah, are they gonna kill the D-class? Let's find out.
he began to panic and try to fight his way out. The subject was terminated by the team leader after he drew the field kit pistol.
Did they use a
An
machine
attempt
gun
was-
on him?
Yes.
I mean, I guess it would be implied because, like, the MTF would probably have an automatic weapon.
They
Yeah.
also have normal weapons?
Well, I mean, in the one that was trapped in the dimension, it did imply they had an automatic weapon. So they probably all did. Yes.
Fair enough.
Yeah. In 3, 2, 1.
was made to reopen the mirror portal, but it took several minutes to find someone who emitted the same violet
What?
color. After several hours, they were successful, but when the team returned to the scene, the abandoned member was nowhere in sight. His uniform and possessions, however, were present and recovered. He is assumed to be dead. Later review of the
Well,
recovered
why did they
camera
show
footage
a bunch of white hands and a weird gray hand?
I think that was supposed to be a black man's hand.
Either that or like a glove.
Okay.
Yeah. Alright, in 3, 2, 1.
revealed the humanoid creature had descended upon the team member. The same brown plastic material dripped from the creature and covered the camera. Shots were fired, but then the screams of the team member were silenced as, presumably, he was consumed by the humanoid creature. The camera was left behind, showing the creature drag itself away and out of view. The information retrieved from this experiment is still currently under review. D-Class members have been forbidden from conducting further experimentation on SCP-093. Now, it is a matter of document retrieval that is of utmost importance. For the fourth experiment, Dr. -- was used.
Dr. -- Just say redacted, you fucking
Right.
dumbass.
Just say, yeah, redacted sounds better than --.
Dash.
Did they really make Yellow a blonde guy?
Dash. A dash.
Oh my god, I
I
hate
mean,
you.
we don't know what color his hair or skin was, but I find it very stupid that they gave him yellow hair for the yellow disc.
This is just gonna be a fucking classic case study in what's the term? Overexposure.
Yeah.
Everything's yellow.
Yeah, I also say they pretty much are sticking to most of the article. Like I said, they did throw out some minor things, but so far it's
Yeah,
still
like-
sticking.
Yeah, like it's again, they're being like abnormally accurate. And it's unsettling.
Yeah.
Although I guess it's generally a good sign
Yeah.
when the main thing we end up talking about is odd artistic choices rather than, oh, they're just outright deviating from the article, or Oh, well, that was just racist. Like,
Yeah, so far only complaints are they obviously made this clickbaity, which
Yeah.
they did.
yeah. And still, thus far, I don't think we've seen a person of color.
Well, we saw a hand
But, like,
that was dark.
That
The
was
hand
dark.
that was gray. That's not
Hand that was-
black. That is
yeah,
gray.
my first inclination would be that it was probably meant to be someone wearing a glove.
Glove sounds more accurate because that was.
My
Alright,
favorite skin color is
737.
glove.
In the mirror portal, but it took several minutes to find someone who
Yeah, see?
Oh, wait, no. Yeah, there's no way that's meant to be a glove because it's a D class.
Yeah.
And yeah, I get. Congratulations. We have some diversity. Grayish brown hands.
That is that brown? Let me just take a
With-
screenshot and
Also, what the fuck is up with that pinky?
that is let me just come on. Be more accurate than this, you fucking shit. There we go. Oh, it's 5, 6, 4, let me just. It is a gray brown, not just gray. That is its hex code.
Huh.
And the person in question, for some reason, has a fucking shiv of a pinky.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1.
as he was the only individual that appeared to be capable of projecting a yellow color on SCP-093. When he entered the
yes,
mirror,
only the
an office
blonde
cubicle
man
could
is
be seen.
without sin.
Yeah.
Oh, I shouldn't have said that. Oh no. Oh no. That sounds so bad. I can't unthink it. Only the white guy is without sin.
I could easily make it worse, Jerry.
Oh no. What are you gonna say to make it worse?
Only the pure it's without sin.
Sorry, what was that? You got cut off.
As only the pure German is without sin.
Ugh. Go to your room.
Yeah, I'm in my
To be
room.
fair, that is exactly where they're going with this sort of thing. Unintentionally, I'm sure, probably.
Though, to be fair, like, was it ever implied that, like, yellow meant they were pure of sin?
No.
Yeah, so it's just kind of like aesthetic vibey stuff, rather than like explicit being odd.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's continue.
He rejected the harness and pulley system, as he believed that none of those humanoid creatures lived in this office building. Dr.
my
dash
God.
dash 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 entered
my
the office,
God.
where
Oh
there
my
were
God,
30 other
dude.
cubicles.
Oh my, you are,
You hate it every time they say dash, 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 don't you?
I've been shot.
Okay, so the real
Why?
question is, are they going to get to the red one?
Wait a second. In the thing that you were just moving
Oh,
over,
yeah, I
there's a
saw
black man. There's a black man.
It didn't seem to be close to where Hatchet all of a sudden gets happy that there's a
Huzzah!
black man.
They added
There's a
one
black-
black person.
They did a little diversity.
Just, I need that clip, like all of a sudden where Hedge just says, "Oh my gosh, there's a black man."
One of those things that
Blackworm?
really should not be
I
taken out of
sound
context.
so impressed.
Blackworm. Not even sure if you're still here. In 3, 2, 1.
It appeared to be much like a typical corporate office, with abandoned coffee mugs and some plates with donuts, although these were rock hard. A desktop PC was still on and active. Where do these get their power from? Questioned Dr. Dash 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 Dash. He proceeded to check the desktop, but found nothing of interest. He entered the elevator, which had an odd array of numbers, from -115 to 120.
Wait, wasn't it just 115? Oops, I actually did the red test.
And you're looking at the Wayback Machine.
Well, this is the one they looked at.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah. Wait, at this point, elevator 4 reached -100. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, -115 to 115. There was no 120. So where did they get the 120 from?
Magic. They got it from magic.
3, 2, 1.
Dr.
You
Dash
believe
Dash
in
Dash Dash
magic?
entered the elevator
No.
and proceeded to travel down to level -115. This journey was long, lasting around 15 minutes. During his descent, the camera experienced malfunctions which resulted in footage switching from a view of some sort of winter wasteland, where a cabin could be seen covered in snow, then switching back to Dr. Dash 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 in the elevator.
My God.
At this point, the camera panned to reveal 14 other figures in the elevator with him,
Oh,
similar to those seen in...
in.
Yeah.
Although I guess this is the yellow footage, so I guess it's the most acceptable here.
Cookie
But still.
dough.
They're made out of banana flavored taffy.
That's not how banana taffy looks like. This looks more like banana pudding.
So,
I'm
yeah,
aware.
yeah, so far the only thing we have on a bingo board is contradiction. And that's it. Then again, that's the free
Yeah.
space for his videos.
Yeah.
How can such horrible videos end up getting such good ratings?
I don't know.
Because like we're that's the best way to put it. We're rating them primarily on accuracy rather than art design.
Yeah.
That's valid.
Yeah, I'm not exactly the type of person to full on judge a person's video based on art design. I'm not that type of person.
Yeah.
Well, I will judge based on, like, they literally stole the design of someone else's design for the
Oh.
Dead Sea.
Oh,
thing,
absolutely.
And they didn't even credit the person who made it.
Nope.
God damn, credit them. It's their design.
Yeah. Here's 3, 2, 1.
in previous testings. When asked, Dr. Dash 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 Dash
Oh my
explained he
God.
couldn't see anything. Again, as he moved in the elevator, the entities also moved to allow space for him. Dr. Dash 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 Dash
Oh my God.
complained of a stench and stopped the elevator at level.
Kind of makes it sound like some sort of, like, RPG where you decided to choose the speedster character. It's one of those RPGs that play like one of those fighting games. Every time you press the moves, it's like dash, 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 dash.
Dash, dash, dash.
Yeah, I'm also thinking, like, you know how the text speech on Twitch where it'll read the full emoji's name? I'm just thinking that it's just that. Dash, 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 dash. Anyways, 3, 2, 1.
-110. When he disembarked, there appeared to be some sort of security room with camera footage. It was still alive and active. When he flicked through the security cameras, he came across a view of one of the humanoid creatures, although this one appeared astonishingly large, easily 6 stories high. He was able to discern this as it had a car in its hand and was crushing it against a wall like a toy. The creature appeared to be contained in some sort of chamber and kept banging against the walls, supposedly to escape, but to no avail. Dr. Dash 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 Dash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it probably did, but we don't know.
Right. And 3, 2,
I
1.
love assuming the
Treats.
motivations of. I love assuming the motivations of giant monster guys.
Yeah. 1.
The more files from the room, then returned to the original level where he entered and moved back through the mirror without any obstacles. The final testing, the red test,
Wait! They didn't grab the gun or any of those supporting files. So that's a huge chunk gone.
Okay, yeah, that's an actual like serious deviation.
Yeah, because that
Yeah.
gun is pretty much vital, because I'm pretty sure it's probably another anomaly. They basically said it was technically an anomalous weapon.
No, well, they're basically saying that it's under review to be designated an anomaly itself.
Yeah. Oh, this is probably going to be the red test.
They literally just said that, right?
Oh. Maybe the reason they got rid of the gun and all those important papers was just so they could have the red test.
Yeah,
That would bother me.
I guess to them the fucking most important things picked up in that section of the fucking article aren't as important as moving on to the red test.
Also, there's only 3, well, maybe close to 4 minutes left. But I want to say 3 minutes because they're going to do their outro.
Yeah.
So pretty much there's only 3 minutes for the red test.
To be fair, the red test was by far the shortest.
Yeah, but it also had a bunch of information too. Oh wait, I just realized they didn't even talk about the recovered shit too. The recovered document.
Yeah, there's no way they're gonna be talking about like the
Yeah, alright, in 3, 2, 1.
test was conducted with a Foundation technician, the only individual among those tested who was able to produce a fierce red color in SCP-093. When he entered the mirror, a sort of blank room appeared. Interestingly, no red tinge covered the view, unlike all other previous color testings. The subject's camera revealed a large cylindrical pillar that was rotating on its own. The object was of unknown height and appears to be 1.8 meters in width.
Hey Hatchet.
Hmm?
That's the unclean stripper pole.
I'm gonna turn you into sashimi. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Sashimi is fish. You're a bird. I'm gonna turn you into fried chicken.
I see it because I can imagine like them just sticking out where the holes are. They just put that in there. It's sort of a
Oh.
I'm just
circle.
going to say I must be a degenerate person because I see a giant pole with a lot of white on it.
Anyways, in 3, 2, 1.
Holes were distributed throughout the object at seemingly random intervals. On occasion, a beam of white light was emitted from these holes. When the camera turned, it revealed many objects similar to SCP-093 lined the walls, and where the subject had entered was from a space where one of these discs were missing. The subject found a ladder leading below, and he climbed down to find a large, clean room full of computer equipment. On one computer, several video recordings were found. One example of such was from a man that appeared to be in his late 30s. On the computer, he could be seen in the same room, although in the background, the room looked more clean and well kept.
My name is Michael Talliway, and I am an agent at the Foundation.
The man spoke into the video camera.
The year in my world is 1972. I assume it is the same in this world, but from what I have seen due
Okay,
to
so
SCP,
they're including the information from this recording that was in the the test or the final document we looked at.
Yeah.
So they're not including everything from that document, but they're including something from it.
Yeah.
093, life in this world ended in approximately 1954. I have used SCP-093 to visit a number of locales, starting and ending here in this center. I have seen the landscapes where no grass will grow. I have run from the unclean as they pursue anything they sense. I have no understanding of how they hunt, but I have learned what they are.
The video recording went on to explain more of his encounters with the humanoid creatures. The subject was asked to retrieve the files and return back to base. However, upon re-entry, there was some sort of malfunction, and SCP-093 reappeared back in the base, but without the subject. For approximately 1 hour and 43 minutes, the mirror refused to reopen.
Oh no, I just realized.
Yep.
This is gonna get offensive. Because the one character that they made a black man is the one that gets, like, basically possessed and ends up fucking with superhuman strength, attempting to kill people.
We definitely need to mark that as racist.
That's, oh, come on, man.
And honestly, this is a pattern through their videos, so this deserves a 2 rather than a 1.
Oh yeah, I would put it at 2, easy. Like, this is, oh, come.
Well, we'll see. They might have removed that.
I guess, yeah, let's see if, I would happily, like, prefer a strike of 1 to deviates from the article and taking that out to avoid the racism.
Yeah.
So let's see.
Yep, in 3, 2, 1.
Until eventually, the subject was able to reemerge. He appeared in healthy condition, although he seemed a little quiet. In a medical assessment conducted shortly after, the subject suddenly lashed out, appearing to have lost his mind. While attempting to subdue the subject, he displayed enhanced strength and used a firearm to shoot one of the debriefing staff, killing them. Guards shot the subject once with a sidearm in the heart. And
Shoot him once, he's shot twice.
Well, no, the description says once in the heart, once in the other part. You stopped it before they completed it, but...
once in the chest, but the subject did not fall.
Wait, he said he was shot once in the chest. There's 2 holes!
And then they just said he did not... Do we need to mark this a 3 or a 4?
I was still thinking too, but also, Bright, you're getting outraged by the wording of the original article.
Yeah, I'm getting mad at an animation where they have 2 holes, but he says once.
Right.
Yeah.
The wording, if you hadn't been interrupting it, is he was shot once in the heart and once in the chest. What's 1 plus 1?
I'll go back.
While attempting to subdue the subject, he displayed enhanced strength and used a firearm to shoot one of the debriefing staff, killing them. Guards shot the subject once with a sidearm in the heart and once in the chest.
Oh, I hear the second part. Never mind. Anyways, let's continue.
But the subject did not fall. All staff evacuated the room. A more heavily armed team entered the debriefing room and used automatic weapons to dispatch the subject. Reports confirmed that the subject did not bleed when shot, but instead leaked a green/brown substance that seemed to be a mix of solution observed in some containment tubes, and the material recovered during the violet test. It is unknown what caused the subject to suddenly react in such a manner. Perhaps it may have something to do with long exposure in the alternate world. Currently, all experiments regarding SCP-093 have been put under temporary hold until the Foundation has fully assessed the recovered materials. Some researchers theorize that the disk is some sort of transporter to a separate dimension, or at least some parallel universe, where humankind ended in the year 1953, and beings such as the half-bodied ones seen in the experiments ruled over.
So they contained a portion of the final part.
You're getting cut out.
Huh? Am I getting cut out?
Yeah.
Fuck's sake, Discord. What I was saying is, they cut they used a portion of the agent's, thing. There was a lot of good information in agent's thing where the agent went, nuts. And they left out everything else in here.
They turned him from a brilliant man to someone who just randomly went crazy.
No, we're talking about a different character here.
Yeah.
Oh.
The guy in the recording.
Yeah.
Not the black man.
Yeah.
That left such a bad taste in my mouth.
So, from the second video, removable character / license.
0. They didn't do that.
Alright. Added or altered gore or violence?
No.
Yeah, I agree. It's pretty much the same.
It's the same.
Deviates from the plot of the article. Yes.
I'd put that at a solid 2. They took out some really important stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, they definitely did.
Alright. Offensiveness or only men in a video?
I'd be aiming towards 2 or 3.
I want 3.
3? Alright, yeah, I can see that.
That's just, I don't think we need to talk too much about it. It's just, that's just, I was so happy. I was so fucking happy. We have an actual, like, very clearly, a clear bit of representation.
Yeah.
And then they just had to make him be the one that loses his shit and gets possessed or some shit. They just had to go down the line of racism.
Yeah.
Well, if he was the one who got possessed, it wouldn't have been as bad if they had included all the data, because it showed he was a really smart person who just got sucked in. But they didn't.
Yeah.
They cut it out. That makes it way worse, honestly.
Yeah. Also, if you look, just like the previous part 1, part 2, the part 2 was worse than part 1.
Yeah, and it's like, the main reason why it's worse is just the fucking, that last decision. It's just, that left such a bad taste in my mouth.
Yeah. Anyways, ending
Like
soon
this,
time.
this one isn't even like played up frustration and upset for stream. I'm just actually genuinely fucking upset.
Oh no,
I can't blame you. After all, like, they were doing such a good job. Everything was pretty awesome for the most part.
Oh yeah.
And
Here's the best way I can put it. I'm very used at this point to being extra generous with them and then getting my face spit on by them.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm used to that. What I'm not used to is them seeming to, like, feed into my generosity and my assessments, right? They make it seem as if they're going to do something better, and that makes me happy. I'm happy to see that. As you heard, there's a black man. I was happy to see a bit of representation, and then they just...
Yeah.
They drop me on my head as a baby.
So,
They pick up me as a baby, they rock me, they give me little... They fucking play with my nose a little bit, and then they fucking punt me. That's what it feels like.